administration is out of control, and they are failing. I'm Glenn Hager. I'll always fight to secure our border. I distributed $3 billion to add more law enforcement along the border, and I'm fighting to stop the Green New Deal and Biden's attack on oil and gas producers in Texas. All levels of government should be open and accountable to Texas taxpayers. I'll always fight for our Texas values.
Hello, I'm Dr. Donna Campbell, and I stand with Israel. It's an honor to be your state senator. Our country is topsy-turvy, and Biden must go. Trump must win. Get everyone to vote all the way down the ballot and pray all the way up. We can have victory in November. Let's unite and keep Texas strong, because we don't have another Texas to move to.
Howdy, this is Ryan Sitton, husband, father, engineer, author, entrepreneur, data scientist, fitness nut, and former railroad commissioner. But like you, today I am a vocal, grassroots Texas Republican. Saturday morning, I'm blessed to be hosting the Faith and Family Prayer Breakfast. Whether it is sharing our faith or our excitement for the future of our nation, I look forward to visiting with you. Welcome to the 2024 Republican Party of Texas State Convention.
A piece of advice for the newest generation: have a solid family to lean on and good values to look to.
Protect the weak. Defend the defenseless, the unborn. They are the future.
Do not forget what our religious freedom is for. It is not to keep us from mentioning our faith, but rather to ensure that we can.
I think I borrow my speech from President Ronald Reagan. He said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same.
Be unafraid to be faithful.
Speak for those without a voice.
Value policies that value families.
Our great-grandchildren are the newest generation, and that's something to fight for.
I'd like to tell Generation Z that we took our own advice and we fought for them before they were even born. We fought for them and their future families. We fought for their freedom and faith.
There's a Generation Z.
What is up to Z?
Maybe I'll keep it simple and advise them to vote Republican.
Vote Republican.
Vote Republican.
Just vote Republican.
It's sound advice.
I'll tell them, united we win.
Nut and former railroad commissioner. But like you, today I am a vocal, grassroots Texas Republican. Saturday morning, I'm blessed to be hosting the Faith and Family Prayer Breakfast. Whether it is sharing our faith or our excitement for the future of our nation, I look forward to visiting with you. Welcome to the 2024 Republican Party of Texas State Convention.
Throughout history, the spirit of patriotism has prevailed. The battles may have changed, but the values remain the same. Today, in 2024, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. For more than 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Because this year is not just any year, it's the most important year since our nation's founding. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms, and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
We give a portion of every dollar we earn to conservative causes, and our four pillars are the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and we support our military and our first responders.
That's who I am. That's who we are as a business. We put God first in everything that we do. He's the center of our business, and we're his stewards. I love that. I mean, I am fired up every day to get out and do what we do.
Patriot Mobile stands with you. We'd love for you to join us. Sign up today.
I was born in 1926. That makes me part of the greatest generation.
I'm a millennial, and I know there are names for the other generations, but I don't know them all. I'm pretty sure people born in the 1920s are called the greatest generation because
we survived the Depression, and we fought in World War II, and then we came home and made
Baby boomers. That's my generation, and I think we're best known for inventing rock and roll.
Rock and roll was invented by my generation, and we are called the silent generation, which is ironic.
I'm a Gen Xer, which means when we have something to say,
we say it online. Millennials get their news online.
A news story that I'll always remember as a veteran, I think it's probably Operation Iraq.
I'll always remember 9/11.
World War II.
Vietnam.
We fought against tyranny and evil.
We provided strength to those who were weak.
We protected democracy and freedom.
I like knowing my country is a bright line when it gets dark. The world needs that sort of thing.
I like knowing that America stands as tall as it did when the greatest generation was in charge. That's why I'm a Republican.
I'm totes a Republican.
I'm a Republican.
Let's rock and roll, Republicans.
Who's ready to put President Trump back in the White House?
It's almost time for the Republican National Convention, where we will officially nominate Donald J. Trump to lead Joe Biden.
Soon, patriots will be gathering at the Republican National Convention to officially nominate Donald J. Trump and kick Joe Biden to the curb.
Your liberty will be our ultimate reward. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Support Donald Trump and all of our great candidates.
He is the leader we need to get our country back on track, and I know we're all excited to see him take the stage at the convention as he lays out his vision for our party and country. See you in Milwaukee, everybody.
This generation stuff is pretty funny. I call myself a millennial, but I've heard people call us the next generation too.
I actually think I'm Generation Y, but somebody told me that's made up.
Americans come up with some interesting ideas.
We come up with some amazing ideas.
That is because we are made of them. We are idea makers and risk takers.
After the Great Depression, all we had was possibility, and the sky was the limit.
The American dream brought to you today by the free market.
I don't think the government can make your dreams come true. Even if they promise to, it's on you, and you don't want it any other way.
Whatever your dream is, if you dig in your heels and put in a little elbow grease,
then there you go. You have a career that's thriving, and you're working for a business that's growing. Anything's possible.
But even more is possible with fewer taxes.
and less government interference.
I'd like to spend and save on my own accord.
I'd like to invest and lend on mine.
I have big dreams for the future, and I want to own them, and I want to earn them.
That's why I vote Republican.
I think a vote for the Republicans is a vote for the American dream.
You're talking to a Republican here.
Checking the box, Republican.
I'm happy to share the greatest generation mantle with the next generation. Sounds like they're on their way.
have completed their work. So we have a little ways to go. So what we're going to try to do is when we get to 16, which is a majority, we're going to give you a 15-minute warning, and we're going to bring the chairman down and go ahead and call our session to order, get some credentials, and see if we can get a little bit of business done if we've got a quorum on the floor. We're being flexible. The chairman's caucus is still going too, so I just left him, and that is our best plan. So we knew this might happen, so just be flexible with us and help us expedite this business, and we'll keep you updated. But if you need to grab a snack, you have at least at minimum 15 to 20 minutes, and we're gonna try to get this business going. Thank you very much. Thanks, David. to get everybody we need. So we're gonna come back at 1:30 when we were gonna start the afternoon session anyway. 1:30 we're gonna resume our business. So you got time to go grab a quick bite, a quick snack, and be back in your seats at 1:30.
gotten a lot of jobs and projects done. Well, I have a new one for you now. I want us to grow this party to the heights that we've never had before. Grow, okay, I've got to tell you a little secret. A girlfriend of mine said, Tony Ann, that's getting Republicans out to win. And it's a perfect idea, so let's keep that in the back of our mind. But I need your help because we have to defeat Joe Biden in November. That's just an absolute. So what are some of these ideas that we can do? You know, we need to reach out to others. Get out of your comfort zone. Start talking to people. Wear a button, maybe to the grocery store, to the post office. Have a conversation. You know what? They're probably going to ask you because they like your button, and you're going to have to be ready to take their information down so we can get them engaged, so that we can ask them to take this challenge on and to bring people in. But while we're talking to people, let's make sure we're respectful, because this state is growing faster than anybody else, and we need to be able to get those new movers engaged. We need them to be a part of the Republican Party and vote our values. One of the questions you can ask, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? You know the answer to that question. Let's bring them in small groups. Let's have some conversations. And then they might be willing to go work at headquarters. You know, we've got to go out there and bring our numbers up. Do you want to be a poll watcher? Do you want to be a poll worker? Well, you say, well, Tony, maybe I do, but I really don't know how to do it. Well, I've got the solution. We're going to train you. What you can do is go to protectthevote.com/Texas. Sign up, and there's a whole list on the side of places that you can end up volunteering. When you have eyes on the polls and watching people, you don't get to say anything, but our votes are more secure than they've ever been. So ladies and gentlemen, we need to work together. We need to grow getting Republicans out to win. We need to defeat Joe Biden in November, and it's going to take all of us to be able to grow those numbers. You know, I want to thank you again for you allowing me to serve in this position over the 11 years, and I am so honored. And I want to say, God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the USA.
Welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 Texas GOP Convention. To open our day in prayer, please welcome Terry Dunn, patron of the Midland County Republican Women.
Good afternoon, finally. I am honored to get to open in prayer for this first session that we are having today. But before I begin, I want to read a quote from the founder of our party, Abraham Lincoln. He said this, "My concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right." And with that, let's go before our Heavenly Father and lift up this day. Father God, we thank you that you are present here among us. Thank you that you've created all of us for great purpose. Thank you that you love us and you desire our best as a people and as a state. Thank you, God, for those founding fathers that through your wisdom and giving them courage, they created a self-governing system of government, that we get to participate in the political process. Thank you for the people here who have given their time and their resources to come and make a difference. Thank you for those elected representatives that are representatives of us, that we choose them to be our voice. God, bless this time together. Make everything here be done for Texas's best. I pray that we will have a unity of purpose, that we put aside disputes and anger and envy and malice, that we will work together, loving and serving one another, putting others first. And as Jesus' second command was, loving our neighbors as ourselves. Give wisdom on how to advance policy to cause government to do its proper role as you have ordained. Most of all, let us make decisions that you would have us make. And thank you, God, for the joy that comes from walking with you. In Christ's name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brasso Sports Republican women member and proud Navy mom, Casey Roman.
Please stand with me. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless you.
Please remain standing and join Supreme Court of Texas Justice John Devine in the Pledge of Allegiance and pledge to our Texas flag.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Please rise. Most of you have already risen, and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, on his earth. Amen.
Once again, please welcome your chairman, Matt Rinaldi.
It being 1:29 p.m., I call the second general meeting to order. The chair now recognizes David Wiley, chairman of the Credentials Committee. Mr. Wiley.
I am without a script, sir. One moment. Do you have a script, Virgil? No script. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the Credentials Committee report is as follows. As of 1:30 p.m. today, total registration for the convention is 6,713 total registrations. I have a number by attendees of delegate type. If I hit the button, I do not have a breakdown between delegates and alternates, but it is 6,713 in attendance.
The motion before you on adoption is of the updated permanent roll of the convention is presented. Are you ready for the question? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adopting the updated permanent roll of the convention as presented, say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The permanent roll of the convention has been updated. That concludes the report of the Credentials Committee. Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Before I move on to the Legislative Priorities Committee, I just want to alert you to where we are on time. I have good news and bad news. The good news is we're only an hour and a half behind. The bad news is if we don't get business finished, including the any floor activity on the chairman's race, we will have to come back. We will be breaking, just for planning purposes, at 6:30, should we need to come back for the gala. And then we would have to return at 9 o'clock. We have a hard stop at 11:45 at night. I do hope we do not get there. Therefore, do you know who your best friend today is? Your best friend is the one at the mic calling the previous question. So our time limits are 60 minutes under the rules, 60 minutes for the legislative priorities report should no one call the question, which would be very, very bad, and 90 minutes for rules, and 12 minutes first per section for platform with a 2-hour time limit. Now you will be voting on legislative priorities and the platform on a Scantron sheet tonight, or hopefully this afternoon if we get done sooner. So I will now move to the consideration of legislative priorities. I recognize Scott Bowen to give the report of the Committee on Legislative Priorities. Remember, we will vote on the legislative priorities this afternoon or this evening after consideration of the platform report. Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, delegates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we start, over the past 2 years, an SREC committee was charged with implementing legislative priorities. That committee was led by our beloved colleague, Jill Glover from Senate District 12. This past January, after a courageous battle with breast cancer, Jill returned home to the Lord. Please join me in a moment of silence for our beloved friend, Jill Glover. Thank you. Since Monday, the Temporary Committee of Legislative Priorities took over 10 hours of testimony from over 100 delegates. Yesterday, the Permanent Committee heard from an additional 50 delegates and 3 elected officials. We spent more time hearing testimony than we did doing our business as a committee and working on the report. So thank you to the committee members for your hard work, and to SREC member Karen Marshall for helping collect county and SD reports, and to Michael Salvo and Jeff Frazier for serving as secretaries. Thank you for all your hard work. Your committee members worked long hours to put together a list of strong, ambitious, and conservative priorities. This legislative session will be the best one Texas has ever had. The primary voters have sent a team of warriors to the House and to the Senate, and God willing, once Dade Phelan loses his runoff on Tuesday, we're going to have a new Speaker of the House. Our list of priorities will guide our legislators in keeping the promises our Republican Party has made to the state of Texas to eliminate property taxes, which are crushing our homeowners and seniors, to finally end taxpayer-funded lobbying, which lets governments spend your money to advocate for more power and money for themselves, and to finally deliver school choice, a real option for kids trapped in failing and woke schools while protecting private and home schools against interference. When you vote today, 8 of the 15 items you hear today will become the party's legislative agenda. If our legislators can achieve all of this, Texas will be stronger, safer, and more prosperous than it has ever been. And with that, Mr. Chairman, the Legislative Priorities Committee presents the following list of legislative priorities from which the delegates may select 8. Number 1, secure Texas elections. Number 2, border enforcement. Number 3, stop sexualizing Texas kids. Number 4, abolish abortion and promote adoption. Number 5, ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. Number 6, axe the property tax. Number 7, judicial accountability. Number 8, secure the electric grid. Number 9, school choice and educational freedom. Number 10, financial freedom. Number 11, no Democrat chairs. Number 12, Texas is not for sale. Number 13, end federal overreach. Number 14, equal parenting. And finally, don't gamble Texas' future. And Mr. Chairman, that is the report of the Legislative Priorities Committee.
Is by Supplemental Rule 7, the report of the Legislative Priorities Committee is open for discussion and amendment. The floor is now open to address the report. Is there any discussion? Do we have an amendment?
How do I do that?
Oh, there is a minority report.
Is there a light? Sorry.
What's the color?
I don't know.
My name is Mike Jackson, SD3.
Please hold on, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a light on the. Can the parliamentarian turn on the light where Mr. Jackson is?
On my floor, parliamentarians might not be. They may be stuck in caucus.
Oh, all right. Okay. Mr. Jackson, where are you? Which mic? This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Number 1.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, please state. Do you have a motion?
I have a motion to consider the minority report that was submitted to the Legislative Priorities Committee. Please consider making the following changes to this legislative priority.
Is there a second to the minority report?
Second.
Mr. Jackson, please lay out your minority report.
The minority report includes as the ultimate method for Texas to end federal overreach by giving Texas a choice to have a non-binding referendum on Texas independence that results in a joint committee to study and make recommendations regarding Texas returning to its status as an independent nation. I yield the balance of my time to Mac Duncan.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Say your mic as well.
Mike 2, I was going to ask if we have a parliamentarian to turn the light on for us.
Yeah, we're working on that. Some are still at the caucus meetings. So here's the way I'm going to do it. If you could, I'm going to go mic to mic, okay? I want you to state clearly name SD and whether you're making an interrupting motion or speaking for or against. If you're making an interrupting motion, please go to number 1, raise your hand up very high for an interrupting motion or a point of order until we get the, all the parliamentarians here. Okay.
So run.
Now we have 4 against. Does anyone at mic 2? Mic 3, 4 against.
I don't care.
Wait, mic 3?
This becomes the party of treason. I'll have.
Is this mic 3 or 2? I don't know.
Mic 3.
I'm in favor. 4.
Okay. Is there anyone against?
You have a basis.
There we go. Mike, let me take against on mic 2.
I'm Sam Marinov, SD7. I wanted to speak on this because I don't think people realize the consequences that we're going to get from seceding from the United States. We'll probably see rising property taxes because our bureaucracy here in Texas will have to expand to cover for what the hole that's left behind by seceding. But also, I don't think a lot of people really followed the history of how Texas seceded from the United States during the Civil War. Sam Houston, who was governor at the time, opposed secession, and he vetoed the secession resolution passed by the state legislature, and they forced him out of office. Secession was not supported by the Texas founding fathers, and I hope we won't support it here either.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Mic 3.
Mic 1, Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Please state your point of order.
When Mr. Jackson introduced the minority report, does he have 10 minutes to address that initially?
That is, hold on, what is your point of order?
I would like to know if the balance of his time that he yielded to me is still to be granted.
Is this a point of information?
Point of information, forgive me.
Priority 3, I think. I think they. Sorry. I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can yield the balance.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. Would you like to make a point of order?
Yes, sir. The time was yielded to me from Mr. Jackson in introducing the minority report.
Your point of order is overruled. Only the delegate making the report can take the time. You cannot yield the time under Rule 17. We have back there, mic 3.
Nate Smith, SD 25, and I'm grateful for the testimony of the person before me because secession is actually a very
for or
American.
against, sir?
I'm sorry?
For or against?
For. Secession is actually a very American principle. The founding fathers were in favor of secession when 13 colonies decided to secede from Great Britain. That's what the Declaration of Independence was about. And Texas seceded from Mexico when they declared their independence from tyrannical overreach there. So to say that this is not an American concept is incorrect. Even Abraham Lincoln defended the right for states to leave from the floor of Congress. But what we're talking about here today is not whether or not Texas even should leave. What we're talking about is putting the referendum and the question before the Texas people. We have seen an overwhelming response. 66% of Texans want this. They want to vote on it. 33 county SD conventions passed a resolution asking for this to be a legislative priority. Understand, delegates, this is more than any other county SD convention that passed for a legislative priority. Now, the committee voted down because they didn't want you, the delegates, to have the right to choose whether or not it should be in the 15, and you can choose whether to be in the top 8. But what we're asking for here is a referendum. We're asking for the legislature to pass a bill calling for a non-binding referendum that results in an exploratory committee so that we have the opportunity to leverage Texas sovereignty and can decide whether or not we want to be our own independent nation again, or whether or not we want to tell the federal government that we want an end to overreach and we want them to get back within the confines of the Constitution. So I encourage you to support this, but also I encourage you to support this amendment because it should be on your ballot. Your delegates, the people that put you here from your county SD conventions, wanted this. They wanted you to have the chance to vote on this as a legislative priority, and I would like for you to see...
Time. Sorry. We have Mike 4 against.
Rolando Garcia, SD 15. The Legislative Priority Committee members that you elected voted 24-7 against this language. We heard all the arguments, and we voted against voting on secession. The reason we did that is because secession is not the most urgent issue facing Texas. The issue is federal overreach, and we can resist federal overreach now. We don't have to wait to secede. We can resist federal regulations, overreaching federal court rulings, and we can do that within the current constitutional framework. We do not have to secede, and we don't have to wait years for this process to play out. However, adopting this language will make it harder for us to resist federal overreach because you are giving the Democrats a political weapon to use against us. Do you think swing voters in Arizona and Georgia and Michigan and Pennsylvania want to hear about secession? Do you think they want to refight the Civil War? We need to be talking to voters about real solutions to resist federal overreach. We do not need to be refighting the Civil War. Let's not hand the Democrats a political weapon that they will use against Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. We are all here to make sure Donald Trump is elected President of the United States and to re-elect Ted Cruz to the United States Senate. And I don't know about you, but we took a Pledge of Allegiance this morning, and when I said I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, I meant it.
Yeah. Is there a 4?
Yes, sir.
Mike 1?
Mike 1, Mac Duncan, SD 3.
And Matt, do we have someone a parliamentarian working the light, or no?
No, sir.
You don't?
No, sir.
What about back there? We do now have a parliamentarian working the light? So we have a light on that one, and that one, but not number 1, right?
Correct.
Let's see if one of the caucus leaders can at least get someone up there until we get the parliamentarian up, just to at least work the light. For, against, or interrupting motion. Oh, I think he's walking up now. Go ahead, sir.
Very good.
Sorry.
I would suggest, in all due respect to what we just heard, that the ultimate resistance is Texit. The Texas Constitution clearly states that all power is inherent in the people and that we have the right to alter or abolish our form of government at any time. Now, that's what the Founding Fathers of Texas told us. It is time to say no more. It is not that we don't want Donald Trump to be president. We do. He won. This will be the 3rd time that he's going to win. It needs to happen again. Ted Cruz needs to win, but Texas needs to be Texas. In the convention 2 years ago in Houston, Plank 33, Plank 225, both Texit propositions and planks passed with an 80 to 90% vote in favor of. You voted on that. And it has been squelched each time by a handful of people who want to play on your emotions and your fears. If we expressed the same kind of fear, how would that have happened with Davy Crockett, William Travis, and Colonel Bowie? What would they have done if they'd have been afraid? It is time to say no more. Texans need to govern Texans. And let's be Texas again, and let's do it now.
Mic number 4, is there an interrupting motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is J.R. Haas, SD7. I think we know where the convention stand. I'd like to call the question.
There's been, yeah, we do have one more. All in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We're now on to the question, which is the minority report. Yep. So we've sent it in, so we could have tried to amend it. An aye vote is for the minority report. If you vote for the minority report, it replaces the language in the legislative priorities report. If you vote against, the original language stays. All in.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
A motion to have a counted weighted vote.
Sam Marinov, SD7, I second.
Voice voted?
Yes.
I think they're going to, I think they're going to.
I'm not going to lose my place.
Name and SD on the person who made the motion. If you want to admit it.
Frederick Sunderman, SD4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a second, it's going to be a voice vote, majority to call a roll call vote. All in favor, please indicate of a roll call vote, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No! The noes have it. The motion fails. Now, this question is on the adoption of the minority report. An aye vote is to accept the language in the minority report. A no vote is to accept the language in the legislative priorities report. All in favor of the minority report, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No! The noes have it. The minority report fails.
Mr. Chairman, diversity, Levi Rudders, Senate District 28.
I'm not talking on
Are you making an interrupting motion?
I'm making a motion to amend the,
As saying division,
well, I want to.
calling division.
I may have to, I may have to.
Okay. He called division, so we have to stand. Everybody who was in favor, please stand up.
Okay.
This is of the minority report.
Can you get him over here?
I have to watch this.
Okay, please sit down. Everyone who's opposed to the minority report, please stand up. Please sit down. The noes overwhelmingly have it. Now, moving along, are there any other discussion on the legislative priorities report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, mic 2.
Are we looking back in the back, number 4? Hold on. I'm sorry. Interrupting motion first, then I'll go to the mic 2, okay?
Thank you. My name is
No,
Faith Busby.
We're going to number 4,
Oh, I thought you said 2.
because that's an interrupting motion. Yes, number 4?
Ann, I'm hearing through. Ann Newman, Senate District 25. May I make a motion to increase the number of legislative priorities at this time?
That motion's out of order.
Okay, may I make a motion to speak to one of the legislative priorities?
You can speak when there's discussion, which would be now, but you're not recognized for that right now. I'm going to number 3.
3?
We're going to mic number 3.
I can't make another motion.
This isn't 3. This is 2. I'm sorry. I had the thing wrong. Okay, Faith Bussey, SD 22. I would like to make a motion to strike the school choice education freedom legislative priority and replace it with secure gun rights. There's nothing in the legislative priorities about guns, and we're Republicans. So the secretary does have the language already submitted.
Can the secretary bring the language up? You got it?
They don't run out of time.
Faith, what's your SD again?
22.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Everyone who's stationed at a mic, wanted to remind you again, the white light is an interrupting motion, blue light is a motion, green light is to speak for, red light is to speak against.
It's supposed to say eliminate gun-free zones. That's what I had. Thank you.
Is the text stated correctly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Delegates, these are unfinished priorities from 2022. Just because we got the right to open carry doesn't mean that our freedoms are not still at risk. We have to oppose red flag laws. We have to eliminate gun-free zones. We need to strengthen the castle doctrine, like it says, to ensure that individuals are protected from prosecution when they are forced to defend themselves, their families, and their property when faced with imminent threats in their homes. And like I said, we're Republicans. We're life, liberty, and property. We've got to defend our Second Amendment, and this is too important to leave off the list. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you turn that light off unless there's an interrupting motion? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Matt Patrick, Senate District 16. I have an interrupting motion.
State your motion.
I move to call the question on legislative priorities.
We're in the middle of a motion to amend.
We could still do it, but if you want me to wait until we finish debate on this, I'll wait.
Are you calling the question on the amendment or on the legislative priorities?
On legislative priorities.
Okay. Let's give Faith a chance to give her amendment. Then, would you withdraw your motion until we finish with this amendment?
Absolutely, be happy to do that. Thank you.
Because it was pre-submitted too.
I agree.
Is there a second?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Ball, SD4, seconds. Yes.
Thank you. Do we have an interrupting motion in the back on 4?
Interrupting motion.
Yes, Terry Leo Wilson.
Yes.
SD11. My point of information is this language now going to replace the school choice language in the legislative priorities? Is that her motion?
Yes. Well, if it's voted for, it would replace the school choice language in the legislative priorities. That is correct.
Yes, that was left off.
Interrupting motion on 2.
Yes, sir.
Kerry Yarbrough, SC2. We're discussing legislative priorities that come out of the 2024 platform, but we have not adopted the 2024 platform. We need to adopt that platform first and then talk about priorities out of that. Otherwise, we might make a priority that's not even in the platform.
Is that a point of order?
Yes.
Overruled. On 1, please.
Why? Why is it overruled?
It's not about this issue. It's about a different issue.
Do you have a motion?
I do. I have a motion to amend number 4, I'd like to say, oh, do I need to
Hold
say
on, no,
first
we're
who I
on the
am?
amendment now, so that would not be germane if you're amending a different plank of the legislative
That's what I
priorities.
told them, but they said now.
Okay, let's go to Mike 4, speaking against. Or does Faith want, Faith has to speak? She did, yeah. Let's go to Mike 4, please.
Hi, Cody Vasut, Senate District 11. We need to trust parents. Parents ought to be in charge of their children's education, not only as a basic principle, but making sure that every parent in the state of Texas has meaningful choice. That is what the original report was about. Look, I co-authored constitutional carry. I defended it against points of order. I'm telling you, we're not going to let them touch your gun rights in the Texas legislature. We don't need a priority necessarily on that because that's what we're just going to do. But we need a priority on this issue because the people of Texas have spoken. This is a core issue that they are passionate about that we need to deliver on this session. I urge you to vote no. Thank you very much.
Yes, again.
We have a yes on Mike 2.
Yes, Chairman and delegates here. My name's Maureen Ball. I'm from SD4, and I'm in favor of this motion. Just like we've got so many different concerns about our education, we cannot educate our children unless we can protect our borders. We can't protect our borders unless it's clear that in Texas we defend our homes and we defend our borders. We need this legislative priority.
We have a motion on 4.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, my name is Carl Lyset from Senate District 28, and I would like to make an amendment to the amendment to not strike the parental choice language, but simply to add the language that's been presented.
If you did it, that would not be in order because you would go over 15 priorities if you actually did add both, which would violate the rules. So I would say this, you're voting now on whether or not to replace the language for this amendment. I would let that come to a vote, and that seems to be the cleaner way of doing it.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Would it be in order then to reprioritize and drop the 15th priority and insert this language?
Not at this time, but in another amendment, you could do that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
There's 2 open first? Yeah, but which one was first? Let's go to Mike 3.
Chad Zepernick, SD14. I believe that in Texas, I don't think this is a state issue. This may be an issue at the national level. This is not an issue at the state issue. My belief is that this is just a sneaky way to get rid of educational freedom. I think that people that are against educational freedom say that Texas likes guns. If we replace educational freedom with something about guns, it will pass. I don't think that that is a good trick, and I think the people of Texas are smarter than that. Do not vote for this amendment.
We have four FOR on number 4.
Hello, Ruth Pfeiffer, SD11. I am for guns, but I don't have to have it replace the school thing or even be in there. But I am concerned about school choice. I want parents to have choice, but I don't want strings attached with government money for people that want to homeschool or send their children to private school.
Is interrupting motion on 4.
Are we 4? Mike 4, David Carter, SD 24. I call the question. We've heard enough. We need to keep the educational.
Call the question
Yes.
on the amendment.
Yeah, I'll call a question on the amendment, yes.
Got it. All in favor of calling the question on the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. We are now voting on the amendment. So if you want to replace the school choice and educational freedom legislative priority with the secure gun rights priority, you will vote yes. If you want to leave the school choice and educational freedom legislative priority, you would vote no. So all in favor of the language as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The noes have it. The motion fails. In the back.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Matt.
Matt Patrick, SD 16. I call the question for the entire legislative priorities.
All in favor of calling the question on the legislative priorities, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Now we are voting on the legislative priorities.
Point of inquiry.
What mic you got? I need a light.
3, I think. 3. Okay.
It all comes from the sky from here, so I can't.
Sorry, I got here late.
Where are you? This is one. Oh, there you are. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I believe legislative priorities should be a weighted vote, and my point of inquiry is how is that addressed in our voting procedure?
On the whole thing.
We're scantroning it later. We're not voting right now on the legislative priorities.
Well, I guess it may be untimely, but could you go ahead and share with the delegates how that will be processed?
Correct. It will be a weighted vote.
It will be?
Done by Scantron at the same time as the platform.
All right. Thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
That concludes the report of the Committee on Legislative Priorities. Thank you, delegates.
That's fine. No, I understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
Red light. Red light. Point of order.
Red light is speaking against.
Point of order.
Are you on number 1? I need a light.
Point of order.
Yes.
Joe Palmer, SD9. You
Go
cannot call the question on the legislative priorities because adequate debate has not occurred on the entire document.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. It's the opinion of the chair that adequate time has elapsed. And it's overruled. The ruling of the chair has been appealed.
Appeal.
Yep.
Appeal.
Do you want to speak? Is there a second?
The chair speaks first and a motion to appeal.
There's been state your name and SD.
Joe Palmer, SD9. The chair speaks first in a matter of appeal.
Yep. The chair doesn't have to speak first. It's my option. You may speak.
There are 8,000 or 9,000 people in this body.
Yes. Yes.
The median age of the Republican Party in the state of Texas is what it is. We are trying to grow the party. We're trying to attract people to the party. One of the ways we do that, Mr. Chairman, is to create access and give people issues to come to these conventions and talk about. There are people here who are passionate about parental rights. There are people here who are passionate about gun rights, about property taxes. It is egregious, and it is not a benefit to any of us to call the question. People drove here, people flew here, people sacrificed, spent days and weeks to prepare for a trip to come down here. 2 blocks from here, people died so that we could talk about issues, not so the legislature could be a protector of vendor friends. We need to debate the legislative priorities. I beg you, please let us talk about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. The chair rules that adequate time has elapsed. We have allotted 60 minutes at a maximum. We have 24 minutes remaining in debate on legislative priorities should we use it. However, keep in mind, with a cap of 11:45, we will be talking about issues all day and likely all night. So issues that you want to talk about here are to the detriment of issues you want to talk about in the platform or perhaps rules. So remember that as you're voting as well. The question here is whether to sustain the ruling of the chair. So you vote yes if you want to sustain the ruling of the chair, to sustain the ruling of the chair that there's been adequate time for debate, and that debate may be closed. A no vote is to overrule the chair. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No! What's that? Yeah. The ayes have it.
Standing vote.
The ruling of the
Standing
chair
vote.
is sustained. We're going to have a standing vote. All who want to sustain the ruling of the chair, please stand up. Thank you. You may sit down. All who want to overrule the chair, please stand up. Please stand down. The ruling of the chair is sustained. That concludes the legislative priorities report. Committee man and woman? Committee man and woman speeches? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand at ease to hear from Ryan Sitton and our National Committee man and women speeches, which will take a short time, and then we will reconvene.
Before you leave, can I put something on the podium while you do your report? No.
We've got a serious problem with legislative.
CEO of Pinnacle, which is
The world will tell you that success is all about winning, but that's not right. Success is about making a positive impact on the world. And that only comes when we try bold things, experience failure, and learn invaluable lessons along the way. Lord knows I have been blessed to go through this a number of times, which is why I'm able to be here today. The thing is, this is not new. The ideas of individual accountability and opportunity are the basis of the American dream. And today, I believe the Republican Party stands for those same values. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm so proud to be Texan, proud to be conservative, and proud to be Republican.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commissioner Ryan Sitton.
Commissioner Ryan Sitton. It sounds kind of ominous. I actually try to get people not to call me that. Not because I don't appreciate the tradition of calling people by their last title, but because commissioner was something that I did. It's not who I am. Who I am today is a husband and a father. I'm an engineer and an entrepreneur. I'm the leader of the engineering firm that my wife and I founded, and I'm an author and a speaker. And today, I'm a Republican activist like you. The thing is, I have been blessed in my life, and those blessings have come because I've lived my life by a set of principles. Over the last, yesterday and today, I have visited with some of you at your Senate districts and congressional districts, and I have tried to urge how important principles are in the world today. And that unfortunately, much of the world is confused. We need to look no further than the fact that right now, our government is picking businesses to win or lose based on who they bail and who they ignore. Our government is picking which industries should survive based on who they regulate and who they ignore. Even worse, in our education system, we are hearing messages like every kid should go to college, whether or not they will thrive in college at all. Even worse, part of the admission process into college is based on race. And we're even having different graduation ceremonies based on race, even more insane. Those same universities are telling us, oh, there's no biological difference between men and women when it comes to sports. It is bizarre, the lack of principles that seem to be in the world around us. But I share with you, brothers and sisters, this is where our party is so essential. I was sharing with a few that in a republic, which is what we live in, we depend on people to represent us. And it is the role of parties to establish our principles and our values by which we measure candidates and how they serve us in office. So what does it mean to be Republican? What do we stand for? If I may, I'll just list a couple. First, Republicans believe that government shouldn't control people, people should control government. We believe that whatever power we do give the government is expressly written in the Constitution. We believe that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness means that each one of us, as unique individuals, has to have the freedom to make our own choices. But we also must have the accountability to answer for our actions. Why do I share all of this? When I served as railroad commissioner, I would often get asked to go speak at energy conferences. And so I'd be speaking to a wide cross-section of people. And while I would talk about the technical aspects of energy and what things made sense to regulate and which ones didn't, I would also talk about the history of the Texas oil business and how many lives it had improved over time. Inevitably, at the end of those speeches, someone would come up to me and say, you know, Ryan, I don't usually vote Republican, but I'm going to vote for you. Because in those moments, they knew we had shared values. Brothers and sisters, we're in a hard time. I know that the rest of this convention is not going to be easy. On my birthday, January 11th, 1989, Ronald Reagan gave his famous Shining City on a Hill speech. And in that speech, he talked about America as a beacon for all mankind. I submit to you, now is the time that we need to be this again. That we as Republicans can't simply focus on one election or even one candidate. That our job is to define those principles, not Republican principles, not even American principles, but those people principles, the principles by which all Americans thrive. If we can do that, we will serve the entire world. So I ask you to join me after this difficult discussion to reunite around our principles. When you go back to your Senate and your congressional districts to talk about what those principles are. And finally, if we fast forward the clock 2-3 years and people ask us, Ryan, what institution best embodies those principles by which every American thrives? Let us work for people to say, look no further than the Republican Party of Texas. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Robin Armstrong and his son, Noah.
Thank you to the delegates of the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you for sacrificing your time and your money to leave a better state and a better nation for my generation. Thank you for being an excellent example on how to engage and how to fight. My generation is watching and we are learning how to lead. As a 13-year-old Texan, I am proud of our great state. I am proud of the United States of America, despite our current president, and I am proud to introduce my father, Dr. Robin Armstrong. You're a Republican National Committee man.
So he's my 6'1", 13-year-old. That is our future, America. That is our future. The Democrat Party is attacking the foundation or the structure of our great nation. The Democrat Party despises our nation and its founding, and they proudly tell us that. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama believe that this nation needs to be fundamentally transformed. They are calling for a leftist, communist revolution where their political opponents will be jailed, as we see now, and patriotic Americans will not be able to conduct the business of taking care of their families. Our nation is very familiar with revolution and transformational change. In our own American Revolution, by the providence of God, we won a war that we were not supposed to win. And some of the greatest minds ever assembled, our founding fathers, wrote and ratified our Constitution, which led to the world's greatest superpower. America lost over 600,000 men in the Civil War, which also brought revolutionary change to our country. It ended slavery, kept the nation together as one, and introduced the world to a nation who will fight to live up to those ideals upon which we are founded, that all men are created equal. World War II brought revolutionary change as well by introducing the world to America, who became the world's newest superpower, who would lead by rebuilding Europe and Japan and making former enemies great friends and economic partners. We are in revolutionary times today. Over the last 50 years, the Communist Democrat Party has taken over our primary education system, our colleges and our universities, our entertainment industry, and our state and federal bureaucracy. Now is the time to engage and to go on the offensive. We are so lucky to be alive right now. We get to fight the battle to reverse the socialist revolution. To quote Abraham Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address, now we are engaged in a great ideological civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. I believe in Jesus' name that Texas will be the leader of a great spiritual and political awakening that will transform this nation. We are the new conservative revolutionaries. Ronald Reagan said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. Now let's go and fight, elect Donald Trump president, elect Ted Cruz United States Senator, and let's all elect conservatives up and down the ballot in our great state and win the cultural war that threatens our very existence. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kit Whitehill, candidate for National Committee Woman for Texas.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? As announced, I am Kit Whitehill, and I first want to thank you for sacrificing your time and your treasure to be here this week. I'm honored to come before you today and humbly ask for your vote for RNC National Committee Woman. Those who have worked with me know that I have a proven track record of action and measurable results, and that I am a rock-solid conservative. Overseeing the 2022 Voter Engagement Project, our volunteers registered over 169,000 new Republican voters in Texas. And that is 169,000 new votes in November for President Trump and 169,000 new votes for Ted Cruz in November, right? I started actively working in the grassroots like many of you by getting involved in my local party. I currently serve as a Dallas County Precinct Chair and have served as an election judge, a grassroots campaign manager. I founded Coppell Republican Women, and I served as a Dallas County GOP Secretary. You know, the expression, as Texas goes, so goes the nation, is not just an expression. Texas is the last line of defense for our country, and I am committed to doing the hard work needed to hold that line. As many of you know, I am the immediate past president of the Texas Federation of Republican Women. With over 11,000 members strong, we are the largest women's grassroots political organization in Texas. Serving as president gave me the opportunity to represent Texas on the National Federation of Republican Women Board, which provided valuable experience in highlighting how Texas leads on conservative issues on the national stage. As our great land commissioner, Don Buckingham, recently said, Texas has never backed down, has never been known for backing down, and we won't start now. As your next National Committee Woman, I will not back down from the woke leftists attacking the values that make our state great. My number one commitment to you is to bring home Texas-sized wins up and down the ballot in November so that then we can successfully advance our conservative values. As your National Committee Woman, I have the skills needed to connect and to build relationships that will benefit Texas, and I will continue my record of action by fighting for our conservative values, empowering the next generation of voters, securing our elections, educating voters, and training candidates. As your next National Committee Woman, I will hit the ground running on day one. In my last leadership position, as well as registering over 169,000 new Republican voters, our volunteers donated over 3.3 million hours to accomplish our mission of electing conservative Republicans. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we must grow our party and elect Republicans while focusing on key issues and emphasizing election integrity so that our Republicans will have the confidence that their vote will count. Conservative Republicans must focus on putting Donald Trump back in the White House, where he should have been for the last 1,210 days. I've run out of time. Kit Whitehill. But before I leave, today is my husband, Bill Whitehill's birthday. Would y'all please tell him happy birthday? Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome candidate for RNC Committee Woman for Texas, Debbie Georgiadis.
Hello, Texas. So happy to be here with you today. I just showed you a few clips from my talk show. It's called America Can We Talk. I did that to make 2 points. First, the theme of the song for my theme song for my show is I Am America. The lyrics capture the idea that America was founded on the ideas that we the people are the sovereign and we possess God-given rights. Defending those ideas is why I do my show. Second, the couple, I think you can still see on the screen, these are Texans named Jaleese and Mark Middleton. They are soon headed to federal prison for doing nothing wrong on January 6th. They symbolize what time it is in America. As we meet here today, the anti-American left is brazenly weaponizing the justice system against Donald Trump and all their political enemies, pure banana republic stuff. They are surrendering American sovereignty to globalists and the WHO. They are orchestrating the ongoing border invasion. They are censoring free speech, corrupting our elections, attacking parents' rights and children's innocence. And millions of Americans can see that the Marxist left is fundamentally dismantling America right before our very eyes. And they're asking, why doesn't someone do something? The most important function of the RNC in 2024 is to be in the fight for America, to let people know that we will do something and we will win. Of course, the RNC doesn't make laws, but they do set the tone. From platform to resolutions to candidate recruitment to voter engagement, everything else the RNC does, understanding what time it is in America and passion for restoring America's unique greatness must inspire the RNC's work. I'm a lawyer by background, and then I got a great job as a stay-at-home mom. But since 2001, I've been a GOP leader in North Texas. I've locked arms with a wide range of conservatives within and beyond the TFRW tent. I've hosted my talk show for 10 years. I founded the annual Women for Freedom Summit. I've given hundreds of speeches and worked with candidates and the GOP. Please check out my website. I really encourage you to do that, debbieg4rnc.com, in particular, the endorsements. My endorsers include nearly 2/3 of the SREC, as well as Patriot Movement leaders, including Turning Point USA, Action, Charlie Kirk personally, Grassroots America, We the People, Texas Eagle Forum, True Texas Project, Texas Right to Life, Texas Gun Rights. Statewide GOP leaders, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Attorney General Ken Paxton, Senator Angela Paxton, Commissioner Sid Miller, and Chairman Matt Rinaldi are all supporting me. But I also urge you to think about this. Endorsers also include prominent national thought leaders outside of the GOP, such as Dr. Peter McCullough, Sidney Powell, Rafael Cruz, and Gordon Chang. Yeah, thank you. All have endorsed me. Thank you. They've all endorsed me because they know my heart for saving America. My husband, Eric, and I have 3 grown children, and we've been happily married for 38 years. We've campaigned all over Texas for nearly a year and have loved meeting so many of you. In December of 2022, my friend Dr. Robert Armstrong called me to ask me to please run for RNC Committee 1. I want to tell you, we thought about it a long time, we prayed about it, and we felt it was the right thing for the next step in my mission to defend this country. I'm Debbie Georgiadis. I ask you to vote tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for RNC Committee Woman for Texas. If I'm elected, I will do everything I can to help the RNC be a fighting force to save this country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amy Hedke, candidate for National Committee Woman for Texas.
Hey guys, Amy Henke here. Have my mugshots been texted out yet? I'm here to ask you to consider a few key things, and you should know by now that I am going to point out the harder truths, so hold on to your butts. I'm going to ask you to please move to reopen debate on the legislative priorities and support that motion with a loud supermajority. Joe Palmer was right. We need to remember the Alamo. We are right here. Gun rights need defense. Do not let your memories be short. We are getting ready to elect a president who is already on record calling to expand red flag laws, literally said to take the guns first and go through due process second, and enacted a bump stock ban that our Texas Republicans just finished arguing in the Supreme Court. And we're expecting an opinion on that in June or July. All electeds need accountability. Remember that as you elect your national committee members, who are our first line of defense at the federal level. Our legislative priorities need to reiterate every single time: life, liberty, and property. Life, we have to abolish abortion. Abortion is not over in Texas. Over 20,000 babies are killed in Texas each year by self-managed abortion. This is legal for mothers in Texas. So if our legislators think that we can trust them with our lives, they need to fix this. You can order pills online, have them shipped to you in secret. The proper role of government is to protect life, liberty, and property at the state level and at the federal level. And Texas needs to make that clear to everybody. And I know that this is going to take more time, which comes back to what I was going to talk about before, but we're here to work. We are here to get the work done. And if that means we have to stay up late, then we stay up late. If that means we miss a meeting somewhere else, we miss the meeting. If you cannot stay late, I'm going to tell you this once harshly and once gently. You are free to leave the floor. You are free to leave the floor. If you are tired, talk to your delegation chair and go rest. If you just want to leave, then leave. You don't have to drag everybody else out with you. But let the body get the work done and let reasonable debate happen. This is serious. Lives are literally on the line. So I'm going to stop there, let y'all get to work. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to your state chairman, Matt Rinaldi.
Lady delegates, thank you. The State Nominations Committee has not completed their work as of yet. So if there's no objection, we will take the agenda, take the report of the Rules Committee out of order and take it up at this time. And then at the conclusion of that report, we'll take up the State Nominations report. Hearing none, we will take the Rules Committee report up now. Our next order of business is the consideration of the Republican Party of Texas rules. These rules will govern our party until the next convention in 2 years' time. Per Supplemental Rule 7, debate on the rules will be limited to 90 minutes. Before I recognize Mr. Ramsey for the rules, I want to point out that the rules, legislative priorities, and platform are visible on the convention website, and you want to look for the permanent rules on the website. Mr. Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, when I was appointed chairman of this committee, Rules Committee, how many of y'all drove all the way to San Antonio just to hear the report of the Rules Committee? Okay, there's a handful. That's probably more than I was expecting. At any rate, my goal was to make this 2024 Rules Committee the most productive, efficient in recent memory, and to put closed primary rule in place and to tighten Rule 44. Now that was my personal goal. I had to be fair as chairman but I'm happy to report success in all categories pending you, the grassroots, approval. This was made possible. If I could have all the Rules Committee members stand up in each of your delegations. This was made possible by the wonderful folks on the Rules Committee. Free thinkers, yeah, give them a round. They spent a lot of time on this. These were free thinkers, very deep thinkers, very thoughtful thinkers. They looked past the immediate emotion of a particular issue to look at things like unintended consequences. We had great debates on some issues. Other issues were slam dunk, and they didn't take a lot of time. Even though we had some closely divided issues where there were passionate opinions on both sides, decorum and cordiality was maintained throughout. I did not have to call them out a single time. That's a big testament to the quality of people you had on this particular committee. Yeah, that's okay. Notably, we had 17 returning Rules Committee members, which is absolutely stunning in my experience on other committees. First, we had to take care of supplemental rules. Now, supplemental rules don't change a whole lot year to year. They're kind of routine. They kind of handle how we adopt the convention to the particular schedule we have, to the rooms, a lot of that kind of thing. I didn't think we should take a lot of time on that, if possible, in the temporary Rules Committee. So we scheduled some Zoom calls. We got most of that, but not all of it by any stretch, taken care of. But what we did was we took care of the statutory business first when we met on Monday. That went pretty quickly. Now, if you've never been on a Rules Committee, the typical way the rules are handled is you take Rule 1 and you go through and you see if there's any amendments to Rule 1. And then you go to Rule 2 and you do the same thing over and over and over and over until you eventually get to what was Rule 45 this year. If you think about that, the rules that are numbered very low are the very rules that were there first, and they have had the most tweaking and adjustment over the years. The ones that have been recent rules, for example, 43, 44, 45, those are the ones that are relatively new and have not had that level of scrutiny. So if you remember how the Texas House sometimes will have this race to the finish trying to take care of important things in the last 2 weeks, well, I was seeking to not have to have this race to the finish to take care of these important rules at the very end. Does that make sense? So we did a survey on the members, and the survey turned out to be very, very pivotal, because it turned out the members, by a very clear voice, were wanting to take up adding Rule 46 as proposed by the SREC earlier, reworking 44, and reworking Rule 8. And so that's what we did. I'm a strong believer of the concept, I'm sure you've all heard about it, that big rocks go in first if you're filling up a container. And so we took that same approach with rules. We took up Rule 46, followed by Rule 44, followed by Rule 8. And once we had disposed of those, then we took Rules 45 all the way back to 1 in reverse order, so that we were taking the rules, basically the newer rules first and going back to the older rules. Everybody follow me so far? So we took up 46 first, and I'm happy to report that by a stunning roll call vote of 24-6, we passed a new Rule 46, giving us a closed primary in Texas. I would like to give a special thanks to RPT General Counsel Rachel Hooper and constitutional lawyer Jim Pickle for their assistance in doing this. Rule 44, if you've looked at it before, it's just been this sort of amalgamous paragraph that you can't really sort out very well. And it's been accused of having a few flaws here and there. We restructured Rule 44 where you can actually tell what each section is dealing with. We made it far more readable, far more logical in the opinion of the committee, and a third penalty option was placed in it. Originally, we only had 2 penalty options by the SREC. And perhaps more important, we removed the exemption for judicial candidates from Rule 44. Rule 45, one that just came in a couple of conventions ago, was removed entirely, just deleted, simply because it had led to some reported unintended consequences, and at least until we sorted those out better, it didn't seem like we should keep that one in. I'm not going to go all the way back to Rule 1, but I'm going to tell you a few more highlights. Rule 42, which deals with the SREC and financial disclosures, was strengthened to include disclosing not just if an SREC member was receiving any kind of financial assistance, but if so, who was paying for those expenses or those donations or campaign donations. Rule 41, dealing with the chair and vice chair, was almost changed to eliminate the requirement of having a separate sex chair and vice chair. That did not pass, but it had a large amount of support. A change that did pass in Rule 41 is instead of having the mad dash to file on Thursday morning, we put a 10-day advance filing into Rule 41. Rule 36 and others were made more family-friendly for those who are bringing minor children. Rule 29, dealing with legislative priorities, was elevated to a required committee from an optional one in Senate and county caucuses. Rule 8 was amended to require the CECs actually hold a meeting at least quarterly or semi-annually, depending on the size of the committee. We heard lots of testimony from people where the CECs had simply not been meeting like most of them do. Denton County thanks me. You're welcome. Most of the other changes, not necessarily trivial, but they were cleanup and not quite as dramatic improvement. I'd be happy to discuss that once I get off stage with any of you that are interested. Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the Permanent Rules Committee of the 2024 State Republican Party of Texas Convention, I move adoption.
Are there any discussion on the rules? Mic 4, please. Mic 4.
Hello, my name is Paul Sullivan, SD 13. I move to amend Rule 44 to exclude judges and judicial office holders from Rule 44.
Virgil, can you bring up the language?
I am okay keeping the previous
hold on,
language.
please wait. We got to get the language up. Now please state the language you want amended.
I'm okay returning the previous language that was in the rule prior to being amended.
You have to state language.
Sure. Here's language. Judges and judicial office holders shall be specifically excluded.
Where are we placing this?
At the end of Rule 44.
At the end of the paragraph? Go down. Okay, separate section or at the end of that paragraph?
44.
So that's subsection E. Are we in subsection E or are you going to do it on the bottom paragraph?
The bottom paragraph,
okay.
Right after E.
At the end of the sentence. Please state your language.
Judges and judicial office holders shall be specifically excluded from Rule 44.
Is there a second? Hearing a second. Is there any discussion? Let's go. Mike 1 was on first. Oh, sorry. You want to lay out your amendment first? I got ahead of myself, sorry.
Yes, Chair. There are 3 reasons, one for the judge, one for you as a citizen, and one for the party. For the judge, I worry that having the judges be held accountable to 44, it might put them in a very uncomfortable position of having to do their job to follow the law and still be sanctioned by the party. The judge is supposed to follow the law, and there's no excuse for the legislature taking the time to pass the law. We want our judges actually applying the law. The second reason is I am very concerned that by having the judges sign the items included in Rule 44, that they might be recused as judges whenever there is a case that relates to one of our legislative priorities. We don't want all the Republican judges excluded from consideration and be left with a Democratic judge to use their discretion, which is against many of our interests. And then number 3 is this became pertinent because what happened here at this convention is in situations in which the legislative priorities weren't fully voted on, the judges will still have to be accountable to those things that the party hasn't actually approved. So all 3 of those reasons are why judges should be excluded. Maybe I'll add a 4th reason, which is there's federal law relating to judges. They're supposed to be fair and unbiased. We have to be consistent with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 1 speaking against.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. I made the motion in the Rules Committee to remove the exclusion of judges from Rule 44 censure. Do you think judges should have special rules and exemptions? Do you think that we as a Republican Party should have the opportunity to let judges know that they should be censured? Yes. Why in the world would anybody who puts Republican by their name on our ballots be excluded from our rules?
Mike 4.
Vote no.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Hooper, didn't mean to cut you off. Mike 4, speaking for.
I would like to speak in favor of the amendment for all the reasons the gentleman before me said. Oh, I'm Wally Kenny with Kendall County. And I really believe that everything that I just have to disagree with everything that was just said about the person that was against this amendment. For all the reasons that this fellow mentioned before, I want the judges to follow the law and not have us fall into the stuff that the Democrats do. And it's crazy for us not to want our judges to follow the law, period. So don't censure them for following the law. Thank you.
We got Mike 2. Against?
Josh Jarris, SD4. I would like to speak against this amendment. We need transparency in our judicial branch. They are not a special select class. We are the Republican Party. If they do not abide by our principles, we need to have a way to keep them in check. This is not merely an issue of whether judges are ruling by the law. We're talking about judges making egregious decisions and trampling on our rights. This is transparency. We need to vote this down and hold our judges accountable.
Mike 1 speaking for.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Sophia Maffridge, SD17. I am in support of this motion to have the rule remain the same as it was previously, where judges and judicial office holders shall be exempt. This has nothing to do with granting unto the judges a special status, as what has been told to you. Judges, along with your judicial candidates who are there because you have elected them, you have placed your trust in them, are not asking for special status. We're asking to be able to comply with the Code of Judicial Canons, the Code of Judicial Ethics. That's what your judges are bound by. If the unintended consequence of having the amendment that was previously proposed, if this amendment is not allowed, is the very difficult time to be able to recruit qualified, good Republican judicial candidates who are willing to sacrifice and serve you as a judge. So please do not fall into the trap of thinking that judges are asking for quote unquote special status. They're not asking for special status. They're asking to be able to comply with the law and represent you, the party who just elected them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more against speaker on mic 3, and that's going to be the final speaker on this amendment.
Mike Snyder, Senate District 9. I address this body so that you really search your hearts and ask yourself this question. Is the judiciary, who runs with the R beside their name, accountable to our core values and beliefs or not? That's the first question to you. Second of all, I was on the Rules Committee, and Rule 43 and 44 are linked. Because 43 requires, and we removed and we replaced the rule there that would exempt judges from signing a pledge. The judges under Rule 43 would not be required to sign a pledge. However, under Rule 44, they could be held accountable with a censure. That doesn't mean they can be removed. However, what that means is when they run in the next election and they want the R beside their name and they have conducted themselves inappropriately as accounting to our values of this party, then they will run for re-election with the stink of having the word censured in the election. That gives us, as the grassroots, accountability in the judicial system. It is important for us to realize currently we are not asking judges to sign a pledge to adhere to our values, but when they run for election with the R beside their name, we are telling them that we are expecting them to go with our values, and when they do not and they are censured, we're not going to try to remove them from office except at the ballot box where it says beside their name, censured. Thank you. Vote against this amendment.
Thank you. On mic 4, is this another amendment or?
This is an amendment to the current amendment.
An amendment to, please state your amendment to the amendment.
It says Walt Nickel, SD16, append to the very end of the amendment when compelled by current law. when compelled by current law. So they would be exempt when they're compelled by current law, but under no other circumstance.
Yeah. Okay. When compelled by current law is the motion to amend the amendment. Do I hear a second? Was that a second or no? Okay, I heard a second. We're now in discussion on the amendment. Do you want to lay out your amendment?
Yes, I think it's valid. Both sides have their concern, and I think that the proposal to exempt the judges is a fair one when it's required to compel by law. We don't want them to ask them to violate current law to be to not be censored. So when current law says they have to do that, don't make them put their job in jeopardy because they have to keep the current law.
Let's go to Mike 2 for and against.
Randy Dunning, SD 2. 2 was on the Rules Committee. Okay, so let's say they put this thing in, it says current law. What if the current law violates the Second Amendment? What if the current law violates the First Amendment? What if the current law violates the Fourth and Fifth Amendments? Are we going to have judges that meekly bow before obscene laws rather than upholding the kind of principles to which all men hold against all governments at all times? Or at least that's what John Adams told us. I say vote against this amendment to the amendment as well as the amendment.
Thank you. Mike 1 speaking against.
Pamela Payne, SD1. I am against this amendment to the amendment. That's all.
Please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's a good, that we should be amending this again and reverting back, so no.
Thank you. Mike 2 against.
Sam Marinov, SD7. Like the gentleman at this mic spoke before me, we should not allow judges to run with our party's label by their name if they're not going to follow the principles. Yes, they should follow the law, but as far as the law is in accordance with the Constitution, if we have judges that are violating our gun rights, violating our property rights, they should not have our party label next to their name on the ballot.
Mike 1 4.
I'm Diane Hensley from Senate District 22, and I'm speaking in favor of his amendment because I'm concerned that we're putting our judges in an untenable position. There's a code of judicial conduct that if they even opine too openly on the issue, they can end up being censured by the commission. So you may be putting the judges between a rock and a hard place and giving the commission the ability to remove Republican judges.
Very good. We have room for one more, for interrupting motion, sorry, and 4.
Sam Miller, SD7. A point of inquiry.
Please state your point of inquiry. Please state your point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry?
Yes.
What specific language in this rule could violate what the amendment is about?
It's not a proper point of inquiry. I'm going to go to Mike 2, speaking 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Pickle, SD8. I'm a judge. I'm also a lawyer, practicing lawyer in the courts. Here's the problem with this. Let's just say a defendant is standing in front of a judge, and he's alleged to be an illegal alien. And the judge decides not to deport him, and that goes against our principles, which are we want all illegal aliens taken out of the country. However, the judge also knows that federal law supersedes state law. So he decides not to send the illegal alien home. Now he's followed what he understands as the law, and he is now going to be censured by the Republican Party. That does two things. It causes the judge to be concerned about things that they really shouldn't be concerned about. I mean, we're Republicans. We elect our judges. We expect them to do what? Follow the law. Not follow party principles, not follow their intuition, little hairs on the back of their neck. We want them to follow the law. Justice Gorsuch said when he was running for Supreme Court, he said, if a judge likes every decision he makes, he's not a very good judge. So judges often do things that they don't think are right because the law requires them to do it. That's what we expect our Republican, especially judges, to do. We can't put judges to a Hobson's choice of being censured by the party or following what they believe is the law. And when people say, well, what if the judge is doing something unconstitutional? You know what? You're not the one who decides what's constitutional. The Supreme Court decides what's constitutional, unfortunately. That's how our system works. So, unless we're going to convene this body every time a judge makes a decision and decide whether the judge went thumbs up or thumbs down on the Constitution, then we have to have a system in place where we elect people to make the decision. And we have those people, and we call them judges. So I don't want my judges that I stand in front of to be ruling on my case based on what they think the Republican Party principles are.
Mike 4.
Thank you.
Micheline Hudson, SD7, I call the question.
Ma'am, we don't need to call the question. It's 3 and 3 already, so we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment first, where it says, well, where compelled by current law. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The motion fails. The amendment to the amendment fails. Now we are voting on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The amendment fails. Is there any other discussion on the rules? You guys are like right at the same time, but you guys are in back, so I'll go with 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bob Steinhagen from Senate District 2. I rise to ask that Rule 45 be returned to the rules. Rule 45 has been taken off.
So you want to, your motion is to reinsert Rule 45?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Is there a second? It's up on the screen. Is there a second? I think I heard a second. There you go. Do you want to speak in favor of your amendment?
Can the editor not strike it out? Yeah. Because it currently is stricken.
He's working on it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the confusion, it's my understanding that there's confusion over the clean hands rule that is holding party officers, anyone who is elected as a party officer, accountable at a higher level. And that's the idea of, and the ideals of what it means to be a Republican. The confusion, my understanding, is based upon one issue which did not apply because this rule does not speak to delegates. It is not directed toward delegates. It is directed toward party officers at every level. So I get that there was some confusion from the nomination or credentials committee, but the problem did not exist because of the rule. The problem existed because of something else that was added in from a different rule. So I ask that the clean hands rule be returned to the rules. I'm the original author of this. It has been on the rules for 4 years now, and it's something that we need to uphold and protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the blue light still supposed to be on 4? Okay, thanks. We're going to Mike 2, against.
Randy Dunning, SD2, Rules Committee. One of the reasons we struck this, you saw this very convention, the abuse of it. The other thing that I noticed when I looked at this rule was that it talks about fines, and the Ethics Commission is one of the most common applications of this. Well, when I ran for State House, we had a situation where a $25 check fell behind the copy machine by one of my volunteers, and 2 days after the finance report, we filed an amended report to account for the $25. We were threatened with a fine of $500, and if I had been in a situation where I couldn't pay it, I would become subject to this rule. I had an opponent who lost track of $380,000 of money, but since they were in Strauss's camp, you know, that was fine. The Ethics Commission didn't do it because this Ethics Commission, frankly, has become the attack dog of the Speaker, and it's been an abusive thing for many, many years. So frankly, I don't see that we need Rule 45. I mean, how many of you are going to actually vote for people that are really criminals? And we're already seeing, in a certain case in New York, how easy it is to criminalize Republicans and criminalize conservatives rather than giving them the true due process of law they deserve. So I oppose this amendment of restoring this, and I hope this convention will keep Rule 45 where it belongs, in the dustbin of history.
Is there a motion on 4?
Hi, Melissa Smith, Senate District 7. I just wanted to add to 45 if at the end of that sentence can say except on felony charges, just to clarify that.
Is your amendment to the amendment properly stated on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? I heard a second. Moving to discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Number 3. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to lay out your amendment to the amendment? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just think we need to clarify if it's a felony conviction. I don't think they need to be serving at all in any capacity in the future if it's an actual conviction.
Mike 3 against.
Is that it?
Mike 3, that's you.
Yes. John Lockridge, SD 9. I have a concern here about possible targeting of people to make them ineligible to be officers in the Republican Party with prosecutions, that you've got somebody effective in the party and somebody tries to get them convicted so that they are then forced without any discretion from the party to step down. And I think that would be a bad thing. So we need to think about unintended consequences here. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more discussion on the amendment to the amendment, the discussion on that's closed. We'll now vote on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. All opposed? The noes have it. The amendment to the amendment fails. We are now on the amendment. There's a motion on 2.
Mr. Chairman, I have sent in to the Secretary.
Please state name and SD.
I'm sorry, sir?
Name and SD, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. This is Bill Eastland, Senate District 22, Tarrant County. I have sent in an amendment for Rule number 45 to the Secretary. I could move that as a substitute, but it may not be germane as a substitute, or I could make a motion to amend the amendment proposed by Robert Steinhagen.
Mr. Eastland?
Yes, sir.
A motion to substitute would be incredibly complicated right now. I think it would behoove the body if we took this up after disposing of this amendment. That's before
Now,
the body.
could I make an amendment that would actually improve Bob's proposal to restore that language?
State your amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
State your amendment to the amendment.
And my amendment to the amendment is to remove all the language about fines and leave the language about finally convicted of a crime. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't read the screen very well because I'm old and my eyes ain't what they used to.
I think that should be enough for Virgil, correct? Yeah, I'll work on it. Remove the fines language.
Oh,
Just cross out who has an outstanding fine or.
That's correct, sir.
And then cross out or unless the fine has been paid.
Correct.
Does that adequately
Yes,
state
sir.
your, yeah.
That meets my criteria.
Is there a second? Here a second. We're now in discussion on Bill Eastland's amendment to the amendment. Do you want to lay it out, Bill?
Well, yes. One of the problems with this that I saw the very first time I read it is that, you know, you're talking about administrative fines here, and as Mr. Dunning pointed out, the Texas Ethics Commission, whose chairman is a Democrat, is being used as a tool against Republicans. We're at their mercy in this kind of stuff. But, you know, that doesn't mean, and I understand Robert's motivations behind this, but basically, and I'm sorry to say this, but this rule was originally proposed because of the discovery of one particular individual, precinct chair, who was engaging in activity that led to fines, and this was an attempt basically sort of to go after him. It was targeted to other people as well. You should never write a rule that is targeted at an individual just because of what they did. It needs to have a more general application. I would say that if we remove the language about the fines, this actually becomes a better rule. But the other side of this, there needs to be an amendment to define officers, because there is confusion with who an officer actually is, what the law states, what the practice is, and how we are boxed in by the law on some of those issues. But at the outset, I think we ought to remove the fines, and I can come back and talk about the officers.
We have, let's do Mike 3.
That mean? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trey Trainer, Senate District 25. I want to speak against this amendment to the amendment because the amendment does nothing to fix the underlying problem that exists with Rule 45. What Rule 45 does is criminalize participation in the political process, and it needs to go away. I testified about this in front of the House Oversight Committee as part of my responsibilities on the Federal Election Commission. This is the same type of thing that's happening across the country to Donald Trump, is that they're using election laws to prohibit him from participating in politics, and this rule has to go. So I oppose the amendment to the amendment, and I oppose the underlying rule.
Mike 4.
Yes, Bob Steinhagen, SD2. I want to be clear that this was intended to focus on individuals who are leaders of political action committees who do not file financial disclosure statements. That's why you will get fined if you're not filing a financial disclosure statement. How many PACs are involved in our elections now where you have no idea who they are or where they're coming from or who's funding them? And if that individual wants to be an officer in our party, I believe that they should have clean hands. They should have filed their financial disclosure statements. That's what this is about. It's not about trying to disenfranchise anyone. It is about holding one another accountable to transparency and disclosure. I believe in open transparency. That's my problem with what I'm seeing with PACs today, is they are putting so much money in and there is no fines that go along. And by the way, district attorneys are not holding these people accountable. No one is being held accountable. So you can create a PAC today, you can You can spend all the money you want. You don't have to file any financial disclosure statement, and you know what? There's nothing going to happen to you. If that's the case and you want to be a party officer, I do not believe you should be eligible to be a party officer until you've paid your fines or until you have settled the matter and disclosed who your donors are. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now close discussion on the amendment to the amendment and move to vote on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The noes have it. The amendment to the amendment fails. Now we are back on the main amendment. We have a motion on mic 2.
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Callis, SD8. I'd like to move to call the question on the entire report.
Chair rules there's not adequate time yet.
My apologies. This specific question is what I meant.
Excuse me?
Okay. I'd like to call the question in regards to rule number 45.
On the amendment.
Correct.
All in favor of calling the question on the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We will now vote on the amendment to the amendment. I'm sorry. All in favor of the amendment, all in favor of the amendment that adds the language in Rule 45 into the rules, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The noes have it. The amendment fails. We're back on discussion on the rules. Mic 4, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to, Chuck Burnett, SD20. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend rule number 46, titled Closed Primaries, and the language has been sent to the Secretary.
Thank you.
And if I could, I'd like to
Is it Genera Lewis's language?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm just going to read the entire proposed amended first sentence. In primary elections and primary runoff elections conducted by the Republican Party of Texas, the Republican Party Executive Committee of each county will decide if only registered voters of Texas who qualify to vote as Republicans in accordance with this rule may cast ballots in those elections.
I'm going to wait, give you a chance to put it up on the screen. Do you have it? Do you have it, Virgil, or no? Have it. I'm trying to find where it goes. Oh, gotcha. Chuck, we're going to put it up on the screen. Do you want to start talking in favor of it?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, one size does not fit all. I think most of us are for closed primaries in most of the state, but in South Texas, this is not going to work. We have a very, very embedded Democrat majority so far in South Texas, but we are growing. This is going to go do great harm to us. So we ask this body to please let the executive committees of each Republican Party choose what is best for their situation. We want to grow, but we do not want to be stifled by telling people who have been voting for Trump, now you have to go tell everybody you're a Republican. Well, that's not going to work very well, and I believe it's going to cause regression of our progress we've made so far. But I ask this body help us grow in South Texas by not doing this to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to make an amendment to the rule.
Which one first?
No, right now we're on the amendment, and you can only make an amendment to the amendment.
I want to make an amendment to the rule.
We're waiting for the language to get up. You got it? We're good. Mic 1. Oop.
Oh.
And by the way, the language is the Republican Executive Committee of each county will decide if only United States citizens eligible to vote in Texas who qualify as Republicans in accordance with this rule may cast ballots in those elections. Go to mic 1 against.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. This is an incumbent protection as outlined here. So do we want Drunk Dade's Republican Executive Committee deciding whether or not to close his primary? No, we don't. Every county in the state of Texas should have Republican closed primaries. Republicans choose a Republican nominee, period. Now, this argument of, oh my gosh, people are gonna know that I'm a Republican. Guess what? It's already public information. So this changes nothing. That argument fails completely. Make Texas great again by closing our primaries in every county in Texas.
Mike 4.
Tony Trevino, Senate District 21. I'm the county chair from Starr County, and in South Texas, many Republicans cross over to vote in the Democrat primary because we don't have enough Republicans run on the local tickets. We're making progress, more and more, getting more and more Republicans to vote in our primaries, and we're attracting more candidates. In Starr County, the number of voters in our 2024 Republican primary was almost 10 times the number that voted in the 2020 Republican primary. In South Texas, during the 2016 and 2018 general elections, the top of the ticket, meaning the presidential race, the gubernatorial race, the race for lieutenant governor, the U.S. Senate race, etc., our Republican candidates received between 19 and 44% of the vote in South Texas. More recently, in 2020 and 2022, the Republican candidates at the top of the ticket are receiving between 31 and 53% of the vote. Those votes are Hispanics who are realizing that their values are in alignment with the Republican Party of Texas. We want to attract those people to come into the party. Those are also parties that Republican races or general elections can be lost by those margins if we disaffect and disassociate those voters. So I am in favor of this amendment.
Mike 2 against.
Randy Dunning, SD2. Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose this amendment. If you want to have closed primaries, you'll vote against this amendment. Why is this? Yes, we may lose a few people in South Texas and the occasional voter who can't yet have the strength to become a Republican, but you will lose every metroplex in the state, and then you will lose the state. And if you lose this state, we lose the country. If we lose this state, we lose the country. This amendment will kill closed primaries by the death of 1,000 paper cuts.
Mike 1, 4.
I'm Zan Prince, Parker County, and I rise to stand in favor of this amendment to the extent that we need to be an open party. We need to embrace those people that are realizing that the Democrats are not us, and I move to strike Rule 46 in its entirety so that we continue to grow the party.
It's improper to speak and make a motion. We're going to Mike 3.
Mike Snyder, Senate District 19. Please listen to me. If you're talking, you need to understand that we need to have a single system in Texas. We can't pick and choose between counties whether we're going to have an open primary or not, or we're going to have a closed primary. To make the suggestion that requiring a closed primary is going to some way damage the ability to sell our value proposition to those valuable new Republican voters in the South is a fallacy. There are 17 states in this nation that have an open primary. You want to know how small counties in Iowa convince people to become Republicans? It's easy. We have a value proposition. We are right to life. We are Second Amendment. We are First Amendment. And if you want to preserve those rights, and you want people who are running in our races and who are voting in our races are Republicans and not inviting Democrats to just come over and visit for a day, we want those Republicans, and if you do not reject this amendment, we will not have open primaries or closed primaries in Texas. If you want closed primaries, vote to reject.
Mike 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We've already had 3 for, and 3 against, so we're going to move to vote on the amendment as stated on the screen. You would vote yes if you're in favor of adding the language in red. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No! The noes have it. The amendment fails. Mike 4? Mike 4? Is there anyone there? Okay, Mike 3.
Is that me? That's me. Carol Spencer, SD 5. Okay, I moved here from a closed primary state just shy of 10 years ago.
You have an interrupting motion?
I think that's what I have.
We're not discussing closed primaries anymore. We're on the rules.
He told me it was an interrupting motion.
Correct.
And
State it, please.
Tell me what to do.
Okay. If you have an interrupting motion, such as a request for information and such, you can state it. But if it doesn't have to do with parliamentary procedure,
I want to remove words.
Okay, that's a motion, so that would be a blue light if you're making an amendment. I'm going to move on to 4. Yes.
Did you guys give me a wrong light?
Mr. Chairman, honored panel and honored fellow delegates, point of order. And the question for the point of order is that should we take time to consider questions that already have legal litigation to cover those questions? And before giving an answer, I'll give an example.
No, don't give an example, just state your point of order. Is that your point of order? That's not a proper point of order.
Yes.
It's not a proper point of order. Who is first?
Now we have a light.
That one? Okay. Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Callis, SD8. I move to call the question on the rules report.
Good try. We still got 32 minutes left, so.
Understood.
The chair is going to rule that we haven't had adequate time yet. And we have 3 motions pending. Go to 1.
Mr. Chairman, this is Susan Valiant, SD 10, Tarrant County. And I make a motion on Rule 41 to strike out a man and woman.
What's 41? Can you go to 41? Yep.
I think what happened was he closed debates at 3 and 3. They didn't extend on that. It was on the.
There you go. We're going to put it up. Hold your argument, and then I'll make sure the language is correct. Is that it?
That's all right.
It's in one more place, I think. Up on the 4th line.
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you.
And I think you have to put 2 people. Or. Well, it just says shall select from. Oh yeah, shall select from. You're good. Is this your amendment?
Yes.
Properly stated?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor?
Yes, please.
Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a second. Please lay out your amendment.
Yes, I think that as a party we should be voting for the chair and the vice chair, the best chair and the vice chair, not necessarily the woman and the man.
We have an against on 2.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Sanders with SD 24, and I would like to say a few words against this amendment. I think that it's good for us to have representation, male and female representation at the state level. I think that this was probably originally put in place when men dominated things and women didn't really have an opportunity. And I don't care whether it's men dominating or women dominating things. I think that we should have equal opportunity. And I think it's a good idea to have both male and female representation at the very top of our state party.
Mike 4. Mike 4.
Hello. I am David Garrison of Senatorial District 29. I would like to speak for this amendment. Inclusion and equity and all this nonsense about having a man and a woman to force us to vote for a racial minority or some other minority into our establishment is a Democrat. It's part of the Democrat Party. I don't know why it's in our Republican Party, and I am for this amendment.
Mike 2. Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, first, could you read that amendment for me, because I can't see it that well?
It's crossing out references to one man and one woman being elected as state party chairman and vice chairman.
Okay, I rise against that. It is in state law, unfortunately, and I know we want to ignore state law, but it requires that we have very clearly a man and a woman as chair and vice chair. I would love us to put up a legislative priority to ask them to remove that. We've discussed this in past conventions, and the opposition to it in those conventions has been overwhelming. I don't have any problem at all with us electing 2 women, 2 men, or a man and a woman. That's fine at the state party chair level. I'm completely in favor of a man and a woman from each Senate district. But right now, we're boxed in by state law.
Mike 3.
Wendy Carr, SD 5. I'm in favor of this amendment. Like other people have said, in the day and age of DEI, that's what this is. We should be choosing the best candidates regardless of race. I'm a woman. I know what it means to be a woman. And if you have 2 women that are the best candidates, great. But if you don't, then you need to choose the 2 best candidates.
Hey, I'm Mike 3. Can you make sure it's flipped off? There's like a weak red light. Okay, so when I see weak red, it's off. Got it. Thank you. Oh, is that 3 in favor? Okay. We've already had 3 in favor, against. Mike 3.
Yes, I'm Dwayne Wright with SD5. Established in 1985, Section 171.002, Section B states that it must be a man and a woman. Yes, in the age of DEI, we're totally against it, but this is the party that follows the law. And that is currently the law. And all the new freshmen that we're putting in the pink dome, they can change it, and then that'll help us all out and we can get business done.
We do. Mike 4 is the last against.
Hi, Crystal Cloud, SD 24 in Williamson County. I am against this. One, it is state law. Two, yes, we are male and female. I'm not in a DEI. That's wrong. But we are created differently on purpose by God. As a female, I help you as a male. And as a male, you help me as a female. We work together as a team. Yes. I am against this. Please vote against.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we had a blue light on 3. Is there a motion on 3? No?
Yes.
Yes?
Hi, my name is John Nix from Montgomery County SD 18 delegate, and I would like to make a motion to add to Rule 41 that no state party chairman or vice chairman is allowed to endorse in a primary election or in any election when there is more than one Republican running for office.
That's out of order, is non-germane to the particular amendment which deals with the striking of one man and one woman. We're now moving on to voting on the amendment, which is to strike the man and woman language from Rule 41. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The noes have it. The motion fails. Moving on to the rules. Number 4.
Am I number 4?
Oh, no, sorry, you're number 1.
Hello, Jake Hernandez here from Senate District 24. I'd like to make a motion to amend Rule 41 to add in, it would say, at the biennial state convention, each senatorial district shall caucus and recommend a biological man and biological woman for state chairman and vice chairman.
Huh? It should.
I move to call the question.
No, you can't. Let's get it up on the board. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Did you get it? Floor come to order. We're all thinking the same thing. You don't have to talk about it.
Mr. Chairman, can you change the 4th or 5th line to make the same change?
No. That's Caleb. You're
The motion maker gets to ask, is this correctly stated? And by the way, can you state your name and SD, the motion maker?
Yes, Jake Hernandez from Senate District 24. As it looks to me, it looks correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to lay out your motion to amend?
Just very quickly, we have everybody knows that there's a lot of movements going on right now. There's a lot of trends coming out. It's no wonder to anybody that they're trying to put, especially men and women's sports and stuff like that. It will only be a matter of time before they try to put them here as well. So we're just trying to make sure that we have biological men and women clearly stated so that there's no shenanigans like that going on here. Thank you.
Mike 3.
Caleb Backholm, SD 9. I actually want to rise against this, although I entirely agree with the sentiment. I do not want to give in to the modern idea that there's any difference between a man and a biological man. or a woman and a biological woman. They are the same thing, and the body needs to know that. And every future Republican, when they hear the word man, they should think of one thing, and when they hear the word woman, they should think of one thing. I don't think we need to define it anymore in our platform. Eventually they'll go after the word biological and say, oh, what does that mean now? We just can't figure out this tough stuff. Man already means man, woman already means woman. And so it's redundant and we don't need it. Let's just teach our children this is what a man is, this is what a woman is, and leave it simple. I agree with the sentiment, but I will vote no for that reason.
Mike 2.
Ferrando Hayward, Senate District number 25.
Okay.
I stand for this amendment. We can rah-rah here all that we want, but the reality is, if you look at the age of this crowd, we're older. I'm 61. I know how old most of you are. We have to specify things. If there was no need to be very specific, we wouldn't have the litigation that we have now going in the courts with even the Olympics deciding how to define a male and female. It's a testosterone level, what someone feels like, all the above. So I think we, as people of law, we need to be very specific in what we define. We have a Supreme Court nominee who couldn't define what a woman was.
Okay. Is there a motion from 3?
Is that me? This is Sue DeVille, SD5. I'm 77 years old. I'm a retired nurse. And let me tell you what, used to I would have never thought I would have to stand up and say, we need to add at birth to biological man and woman, because that way there is no wiggle room for anybody to add or infer or just decide, I think today I'm a man.
Okay.
So I think we need to be very specific, and I'm sorry that we have to do that in this day and age.
All right. You had a blue light on. I'm going to count that as against speech. Number 1.
Scott Hummel, Senate District number 1. Whoa.
We got a blue light for her. Oh, blue light.
Yes. I would like to change the language to say, as assigned by the Creator at birth, in place of biological, because biological can be played with.
Hold on. Just make your motion. What is your motion? Just.
I move
Okay.
that an amendment to the amendment, that we replace the word biological with the words as assigned by birth by the Creator. The word biological can be played with. They can say, well, I'm now biologically
Hold on. This isn't an argument yet. Okay. I'll give you your chance. We just got to get the language up. Do you want to strike biological?
Yes, sir.
You want to strike the word biological?
Yes, sir.
And put assigned by the Creator at birth, correct?
As assigned by the Creator at birth.
Recommend, so it would read, at the biennial state convention, each senatorial district shall caucus and recommend a man as assigned by the Creator at birth?
And a woman as assigned by the Creator at birth, because we must stay within the statutes.
Yep. Okay. Don't debate yet. We're getting it. Okay. Is that correct? Is that correct? On the screen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Name and SD, please. Name and SD.
Oh, Jimmy Lee Brown, SD 3.
Okay. You can make your argument now.
I believe that the word biological could be played with by trans people, saying, I am now presently biologically a man or a woman. And that's opening it up to too much debate.
Thank you. Please quiet your conversation so we can hear. Mike 4.
Hello, I'm David Garrison. You just heard from me. I am from Senate District 29, and I believe that if we cede the word woman and the word biological to the Democrats and say, we as a Republican Party don't know what these words mean, so we have to go deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole into what nonsense they're saying, we as the Republican Party define these words. We as the Republican Party are saying woman. And when we say woman, we mean a woman. And everyone in this room knows what I mean when I say woman. And everyone knows what I mean when I say man. No one here needs to dilly-dally down into the daisies about whose nonsense we need to listen to. I'm against this amendment. I'm against the original amendment. If we're going to keep it the way it is, then keep it how it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I want.
Seeing no more discussion on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of, oh, go ahead, sir. Mike 2.
Yes, sir. What I'd like to add, I guess, an amendment to that amendment.
No,
we can't do that.
That's not in order, sir. Okay.
Okay. All right.
It's not in order. We're gonna now. Debate is now. Mike 1.
I just wanted to change the wording. That's
Mike 1.
okay.
Oh, sorry. My name is Rachel Sykes, SD1, CD1 of Texas. Oh, and I want to speak in favor of this amendment that was made about assigned by the Creator at birth because it's in line with the Constitution and the United States Code annotated the organic laws of the United States of America, the Declaration of Independence of 1776, where it says, the unanimous Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, when the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separation in equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God, which is the God of creation, entitle them a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. So we are under God's law. God's law. So yes, she's correct. So I would keep that.
Thank you. Seeing no more debate, debate's closed on the amendment to the amendment. Voting now on the amendment to the amendment, which is, it's the purple language and the crossing out of biological with the purple language added. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. All opposed? No! The noes have it. The amendment to the amendment fails. We are now back on the main amendment. Mike 3.
Glenn Melvin, Senate District 9. I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
I agree, actually. But as this is what would need to be amended.
No, give me the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, the amendment to the amendment would be who identifies as a man and who identifies as a woman. No, it actually is accurate. Let me speak on it. Let me speak.
Okay, order. Order.
1 second. See,
you want to get it up on
the
this
wrong party.
Sure, you want to vote on that?
Let me explain the whole thing.
Hold on. Order. Come on. You could order.
What we have added doesn't say anything against a trans.
We don't have the language. Give me the language. What is it?
After man, it would have to say who identifies as a man. And after woman, it would have to say who identifies as a woman.
Yeah. Hold on.
Biological is still in there.
Stop arguing.
By the previous one.
That's out of order because it changes the purpose of the amendment. Going to and against on number 4.
Joseph Figueroa, SD 4. As many of you who are awake can tell, the enemy is very crafty, and what they're doing is a language game where they try to pervert language as a way to control thought. Don't play the game. What it results in is these never-ending progressions of qualifications of various words, that it's a man on Tuesday, biological. The tacit assumption the enemy wants is that we cede to their language game. So we use plain language that corresponds to the truth. I am against any amendment or qualification around the meaning of the word man, which is obvious.
What number are we?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
I understand.
Mike 1 is the last 4.
Scott Hummel, Senate District number 1. Unfortunately, we have come to a time and age where we do have to address the word biological. If you see an issue with biological man or woman, if you just leave it as a man or you just leave it as a woman, you have opened the door to those who identify as one or the other, whereas biological leaves it straightforward, scientific. Science doesn't lie.
Okay. That's 3-4-3 against. We're going to move to vote, but there's a motion on 4.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, Senate District 24, I'd like to amend and replace the word biological with natural, and then I'll explain why in a minute.
Good. I speak against that too.
You sure?
Well,
I think this might be a futile exercise in about 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. Moving to the vote. All debate's closed. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? No. The noes have it. The motion fails. Now we are on the rules again. We got about 8 minutes left. Mike number 4.
Stephen McEwen, Senate District 16. I would like to move an amendment to strike the entire text of Rule 46.
Let's go to Rule 46.
Platform 180, right there. Sorry, got it.
That's fine. Just to let you know, we got about 8 minutes left.
Okay.
What it's going to be is we're going to get as much debate as we can. Then effectively, when time's out, it's going to call the question after the speaker is talking. So you want to lay out your amendment?
Yes, I'd like to strike the entire text
hold on
of
one
Rule
second.
46.
We're striking the entire Rule 46 closed primary section. I'm going to let him talk because we don't have much time left while Virgil's putting it up on the screen. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'll be quick. As we've heard, President Trump has brought many new voters into the party, especially in South Texas and other places. This is how the party is going to grow. It's offsetting our losses in suburbia and metropolitan areas. I live in Dallas. Somebody said earlier that we're going to have problems with Democrats voting in primaries in Dallas. We don't have a problem with very many people at all voting in our primary in Dallas, unfortunately. It's getting more and more Democratic, and open primaries are what bring new people into our party. At least where I live and in South Texas, I do not see a problem with people coming into our primary. The Democrats' primaries are unfortunately all too vibrant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mike 1 on against.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. Do you want closed primaries in Texas? We worked really hard. Why did we work really hard in Rules Committee to implement closed primaries? Because what do the Republican primary voters in Texas want?
Closed primaries.
Do they want open primaries or closed primaries? Closed primaries. For some reason, establishment forces are working within our party to try to keep our primaries open. We want to send a message here today vote no to strike Rule 46. We want Rule 46.
We're going to do mic 1, 4.
Is that me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Mic 1.
Okay. Nicole Tarpley, Senate District 3. I understand that everybody is emotional and they believe that other people are actually coming into our Republican primaries to vote in the rhino, right? I have knocked on thousands of doors. I have made millions of phone calls to voters. They are confused. A lot of them have actually said, I am a registered Republican. We are not registered Republican or registered Democrats. We have an open system right now. But some of the voters actually believe that they are registered as a Republican. Confusing a voter in any way is never a good thing. It does bring down the vote. I have spoken to voters this week at the polls. I worked 7 to 7, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at the polls for a Republican to get into an office. Some of them actually brought this issue up to me and said, I am a Republican. I love my Republican people that I am trying to get elected, but I vote in the Democrat primary because of Operation Chaos. Y'all know this, okay? There have been a lot of people that like to have a choice. This one man that I spoke to at the polls this week said, we are the party of freedom. We are the party of free association. We don't like to be told what to do. If you enjoy your liberty, if you enjoy your freedoms, and we are the party of law and order, I encourage you to vote to strike this amendment. This entire rule, I'm sorry.
Order. We have an interrupting motion on 2. Please state.
Oh, hello, I am Robert Canwright from SD8. I have filed the text of my amendment to the suggested email address.
This is not proper for an amendment right now?
This is
Do you have an interrupting motion?
An amendment to Rule 46.
Okay, you have an amendment. There's an amendment to strike the entire text of Rule 46. So I got to go to an interrupting motion on 4 first, okay? So 4?
Yes, I'm calling the question. This is Nicholas Williams, SD24. We've had this debate. I'm calling the question.
Nope. We got one of each. We're going to have 1 for, 1 against. All in favor of calling the question on the amendment, which is to strike Rule 46, please say aye. All opposed? No! The ayes have it. The motion passes. We are now going to vote on the amendment. So the amendment strikes Rule 46. If you want to strike Rule 46, vote aye. If you want to leave 46 in, vote nay. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye! All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion fails. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you don't get me on a technicality. Sorry. The nays have it.
Yeah.
I misspoke. Sorry. I'm going to go on a timeout backstage after rules, so they'll get me. Go ahead. Mic number 4.
Yes. I'm Robert Canwright, SD8. I have an amendment to Rule 46, and I have submitted it online. The amendment is to add a sentence under item 4. It's a separate sentence, and it says, a certification of affiliation is subject to review and rejection based upon a preponderance of evidence that the voter is a Democrat. You might consider this a liar's clause. If Barack Obama moved here, he could register as a Republican.
Okay. Do you not have it? What's that? What about it? Do you have it up?
Start using that as a mantra. That's your moment of zen. Democrat evil is making everybody crazy. I will survive this.
We don't have the submitted amendment, and we are clocked out.
It was, I understand.
We do. The secretary doesn't have the submitted amendment.
It was through the email sent to the secretary of the RPT org, GOP.
We're going to take an interrupting motion on. Do you have an interrupting motion?
No, we cut it down.
No.
I just want to interrupted motion.
It was also delivered in
We're
copy.
out of time.
Thank you, sir.
To debate the rules report. So we will now be voting on the rules report. An aye vote is to accept the rules, a no vote is to reject them. All in favor of the rules report, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The report passes. The party rules have been adopted. We are going to stand at ease for 5 minutes, and no longer than 5 minutes, while we set up the stage for the State Nominations Committee, which is ready with their report. Thank you. We will reconvene at 4:11. take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to call the meeting back to order after Vince and Mona take their picture. We're going to call the meeting to order. Please take your seats. No problem. I call the convention back to order. The chair now recognizes Susan Wright to give the report of the State Nominations Committee. The report will recommend to the convention a candidate for state party chairman and state party vice chairman, as well as report the elections of SREC for final approval by this convention. Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates, the State Nominations Committee met today, May 24th, 2024, with Chair Susan Wright, myself, presiding.
Okay. Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Why are you doing a point of information? Let her give her a report.
I think this motion needs to be made before she does a report.
That's not a motion.
I'm sorry, the point of information needs to be made before she gives a report.
Okay. Can you do it? Okay, go ahead. State your point of information.
Chairman Jim Pickle, SD8. Can the chair tell us the voting results of the nominations committee by number?
You let her lay out her report.
Okay, I don't know if she's going to give us that information or not. That's why it's a point of information.
Can you please proceed with your report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was reported by the committee members that the following were recommended by the Senate District Caucuses. State Chairman Abraham George, Dana Myers, and Weston Martinez. State Vice Chairman Dorinda Randall, Abby Johnson, Rachel Heisler, and Troy Jackson. The State Nominations Committee nominates the following people as state party officers. For State Chairman, Abraham George. For State Vice Chairman, Dorinda Randall.
That's the answer to Pickle's question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is my point of information now germane?
Yes.
I would like the nominations committee to please tell us the numbers of votes that each candidate received in the nominating committee. That can be a point of information or a motion, whichever you like.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. So the votes that were received in the nominating committee are as follows. Abraham George, 16. Dana Myers, 7. Weston Martinez, 5. Mike Garcia, 2. And Matt Makoviak, 1. Delegates, you've heard the recommendation of the State Nominations Committee for State Party Chair. Abraham George has been placed into nomination for State Party Chair, and Dorinda Randall has been placed into nomination for State Party Vice Chair. Per State Party rules, any candidate who received the vote of at least 3 SDs in the first round of voting in the State Nominations Committee is eligible to be nominated. Abraham George's name has been placed into nomination for State Party Chair. Are there any other nominations? Yes. Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, John Beckmeyer, SD 31. I'd like to nominate Dr. Dana Myers.
Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Melissa Katz from SD 12. I'd like to nominate Weston Martinez, and I have 2 other people from my district who
Please
want to
stop.
nominate Weston Martinez.
You can only nominate someone who hasn't been nominated yet. You can't make a speech. In the back, number 4.
Mr. Chairman, Walter West, SD 19. I'd like to nominate Dr. Dana Myers.
We've already placed into nomination. There's nobody else that is eligible to be nominated. The following names have been placed into nomination for State Party Chair: Abraham George, Dana Myers, and Weston Martinez. Seeing no further nominations, the nominations are closed. The Convention Secretary will now inform you on the details of taking the roll call vote. The Chair recognizes Virgil Cruz.
Good afternoon, delegates. In the event of a roll call or secret ballot during a general session, the convention chairman shall explain the allocation of votes by district.
So how do I tell them?
The secretary of the convention shall call the roll by senatorial or congressional district, stating the number of votes to which the district is entitled after absent counties and no primary counties have been deducted. Within the delegation from each senatorial district, the delegates from each county included in the district shall select a delegation chairman, if one has not been previously designated, who shall count the number of persons present and determine the share of the vote total to be accorded each delegate or seated alternate from that county. The county delegation chairman shall then poll the delegates, with each person casting that proportion of the total county delegation voting strength to which each delegate is entitled. The results of the poll of the delegation from the county shall then be conveyed to the district chairman, who shall total the results from each of the county delegations and in turn announce the district total to the convention secretary. That is from rule number 8 in the supplemental rules. And I will add that when we call your SD, if you are ready, report your total to 2 decimal places for each of the candidates nominated. And if you're not ready, just tell us that you're passing and we'll come back to you when you are ready.
Mr. Chair, SD 19.
Are you done? Please.
Request
Mr.
for
Cruz,
information.
Hold on. Let me recognize you.
Yes, sir.
I got to call your mic, too. Are you done, Virgil? Great. We're going to mic 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yvonne Klauser, SD 19. Did you close nominations, Mr. Chair?
Yes, everybody eligible to be nominated has been nominated.
When can we make a nomination, another nomination?
You cannot make any more nominations for chair. Everybody eligible to be nominated has been nominated.
Thank you.
Everybody eligible under the rules who could have been nominated had been nominated. Number 4.
John Donovan, Precinct 137, SD 8, Plano, Texas. Point of information.
Please state it.
Can you provide to the body the actual elected numbers per SD caucus prior to any decisions being made by the committee?
The chair's not advised. Number 1.
What does that mean?
Number 1, Tony.
Point of information.
Yes.
Will we be able to do any nominating speeches, or will you go straight to the vote?
Straight to the vote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Clearing all points of information, SDs will now caucus and cast their ballots. We'll give you a little bit and then we'll do the roll call. Please, let's try to get this as quickly as possible in case there's multiple ballots. Thank you. 4. That's you.
Okay.
Number 4? Number 4, or number 3, sorry. Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Mike McCloskey, Senate District 5. Do the candidates in their nomination on the floor have the right to speak to the convention?
We did the speeches yesterday.
So they don't get an opportunity to speak today?
No.
Thank you.
Do we? 3. Also, by the way, if you do not have ballots, get a page and send them to go get ballots. Number 3.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Under the supplemental,
You're going to have to talk really loud into the microphone.
sorry, Mr. Chairman. Under the supplemental rules of the party, will each Senate delegation have to have at least 2 votes in order to determine who the winner is for this roll call vote?
Unless somebody gets a majority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Extremely long, and now they're locked out. I'm asking if we can take a pause for 5 minutes and let these folks in. Over.
Unfortunately, the rules are once the ballots start getting passed out, you don't alter the counts.
Yes, sir. We understand there's some ballots outside as well that are coming this way.
There should be no ballots anywhere outside. Yes. Mike 2.
Thank you, Chairman. Yvonne Krauser, SD 19. Sir, Chairman, I need some clarification on the nominations. People are asking, it was mentioned male, but is Dana Myers on the list for nominations for clarification?
We're working on getting the names on the screen. The 3 names placed in the nomination are Abraham George, Dana Myers, and Weston Martinez.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Point of information.
Yes.
Will the individuals who are currently not allowed in be allowed in if we do go to a second ballot?
Yes, we are going to leave time, let everybody come in.
So if people know friends out there, they can tell them to wait and they still will get to cast a vote for the state chair.
Yes.
If nobody gets 50%, correct?
Yes, we just have to secure while we're balloting so that people are coming in and out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
caucus chairs only. How many are not done? Call out.
SD 12's not done.
Okay, we got 10, 12, but everyone else is done?
Mr. Chairman,
Number 3.
Senate District 5 is not finished.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Number 4.
Brian McAuliffe, SD 21. Exactly how does the caucus chair report the results to the committee?
So here's what we're going to do momentarily. Here's what we're going to do momentarily. We're going to call out caucuses by mic, line people up, and when the parliamentarians have everybody in their section lined up, we're going to call them and we're going to do roll.
Sir, Chairman,
Yes.
SD 19's
Where are
not
you?
finished counting.
Yeah, thank you. Tom,
SD7 is not finished counting.
thank you. You don't need to let us know. I don't know. But the problem is you have to cross for some of them. Why don't we just have them line up, and as long as there's people lined up, we'll call them out.
Pretty simple. Maybe it's up there, but kind of ask him.
Yeah, that's not our responsibility.
What happens then? Call roll. If nobody answers, then we're done. We go back to the front.
My only deal is that they've got all the votes. We're gonna say, I won.
Oh, you're probably. I'm just going to say that. Mr. Chairman, SD 16 is still counting.
Thank you.
No, not yet. They'll do start SD 1 through. There'll be a few of them still counting. So they'll postpone it.
Go ahead and
No.
everybody.
What SD are you? Okay.
The front mic?
This is what they'll do. They'll go ahead and start.
Let's do it. It doesn't matter.
We'll do these two.
They're all the mics. They need to start. But it's all relative.
Okay, SD caucus chairs. We're going to clear mics 1 and 2. When you are done with your tallies, please line up behind mics 1 or 2. Everybody who is not a caucus chair, please give space around mics 1 and 2. And if you can self-arrange an SD order, get bonus.
Question.
4.
Tell me again what we need to report.
Yeah. Virgil.
When we call your SD, you should say the candidate's name, the number to 2 decimal places, and then move on to the next candidate, 2 decimal places, and so on.
Thank you.
We don't do that for my security because I don't know.
Number 4, lights on.
No, I'm not on yet.
Number 3.
Point of information.
Please state your point of information.
Yes, Mark Klecka, SD5. I have a point. Are the votes as they are reported, are they going to be posted visually on the screen? Can they be done?
Yes, they will be. Hey, Steve, you want to go through the first time? Steve, you want to go through the first time? Mike parliamentarians, when you have people lined up to report their votes, turn on a green light for me. Can we do them on order? Virgil do it? They're all terribly out of order. Just take them as they're lined up. We can do that. So let's do this. We've got Mike one, so let's go to Mike one. Ellis? Oh, you're watching me. Did you see me fall? How can you not? Virgil. Get off the phone, you have company. Virgil.
What am I looking? Oh, I see you now. Okay. See, the stage is so bright. Like,
Virgil, you gotta call Virgil. Virgil, we're voting.
You ready?
What he's going to do is he's going to say,
Okay.
we told him
We have SDs lined up. What we're going to do is Virgil's going to call from the mic.
state your SD.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm trying to shut him up.
Yeah.
Make you slip again.
We're going to start calling SDs, and I'll give the floor to Virgil.
SD1.
No, just go to
Oh, go to Mike 1.
Mike 1, state
Yeah.
your SD.
We're
Mike
going
one,
to
state
call
your-
since we're lined up in order. But let me take Mike 3, please.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, please.
Yes.
Now that we have all the ballots that have been reported, are we able to open the doors, please?
Well, we don't know that they all are from every district. That's why we're going to start reporting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll hopefully get it done quick. So we're going to take from Mike 1 and Mike 2, and we're going to have SDs in line report their SD and their totals.
So bright.
Yeah, I know it's weird.
Virgil,
I'm ready when.
Go to Mike
microphone
1
is-
or Mike 2.
Microphone 1.
Mike 1.
Kathy Wakeman, SD1. Abraham George, 226.47. Dr. Dana Myers, 174.35. Weston Martinez, 52.49.
Let me read them back to you. Abraham George, 226.47. Myers, 174.35. Martinez, 52.49.
Yes.
Who's up next?
Let's go, Mike 2.
SD4, Raquel Lewis for Dale Inman, who can't speak right now. Abraham George, 227.14. Dr. Dana Meyer, 126.43. Weston Martinez, 37.58.
SD4 reports 227.14 for George, 126.43 for Myers, 37.58 for Martinez.
Correct.
Mike 1.
Robert Bennett, SD2. Abraham George, 255.47. Dr. Dana Myers, 68.36. Weston Martinez, 15.27. And abstention, 1.27.
SD2 reports 255.47 for George, 68.36 for Myers, 15.27 for Martinez, and abstentions of 1.27.
Yes, sir.
Mike 2.
James Buntrock for Senate District 7. Abraham George, 198.64. Dana Myers, 81.04. Weston Martinez, 69.32. No abstention.
Chairman Buntrock from SD7 reports 198.64 for George, 81.04 for Myers, and 69.32 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Bro, SD3. I report Weston Martinez, 17.65. Abraham George, 119.10. Dr. Dana Meyer, 295.25.
Committeeman Bro reports 119.10 for George, 295.25 for Myers, and 17.65 for Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
You're welcome.
Mike 2.
Kathy Ward, SD8. Abraham George, 237.32. Dana Myers, 79.07. Weston Martinez, 77.62.
Mike 1.
Oh, let me read them back.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Ward reports 237.32 for George, 79.07 for Myers, 77.62 for Martinez.
Yes, sir.
Mike 1.
Christy Slape, SD5. Abraham George, 86.74. Dr. Dana Myers, 112.92. Weston Martinez, 172.34.
SD5 reports 86.74 for George, 112.92 for Myers, and 172.34 for Martinez.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Where's this coming from?
Mike 2.
Oh, gotcha. Please state your point of information.
Do we want the abstentions?
No.
No. Thank you. Selena Sauter, SD11. 135.01 for Abraham George. Dr. Dana Myers, 104.16. Weston Martinez, 36.56.
Ms. Sauter from SD11 reports 135.05. Is that correct?
01.
01 for George, 104.16 for Myers, and 36.56 for Martinez.
Correct. Thank you.
Just a point of information.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Bowen, Senate District 6. This point of information is directed at the Secretary. If a total for a Senate district does not add up to a whole number for their voting strength, does that mean that Senate district has made a mistake in their count?
The Secretary is not informed.
Can I make one more point? Can you add a total column on the right so that we can see that the total voting strength that is reported matches the voting strength for that SC?
The issue with that is that there...
Hold on. It won't necessarily add up to an even number necessarily.
It should.
And the other point is there may be Senate districts that have unrepresented delegations, and so it may not add up to the theoretical allocated total.
I'm going to go to Mike 1.
SD6, Rex Teeter Chair. Abraham George, 37.73. Dr. Dana Myers, 18.86. And Weston Martinez, 26.41.
Chairman Teeter reports 37.73 for George, 18.86 for Myers, and 26.41 for Martinez.
Correct, thank you.
Mike 2.
Beth Beasel, SD12. Dr. Dana Myers, 58.60. Weston Martinez, 159.50. George Abraham, 195.35.
Mike 1.
Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Beazle from SD 12 reports 195.35 for George, 58.60 for Myers, and 159.50 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Tim Davis from Senate District 9. We report 120.65 for Abraham George, 134.84 for Weston Martinez, and 74.52 for Dana Myers.
Can you repeat the Martinez number, please?
134.84.
SD 9 reports 120.65 for George, 74.52 for Myers, and 134.84 for Martinez.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. Abraham George, 44.55. Dana Myers, 23.98. Weston Martinez, 4.48.
Chairwoman Hooper reports 44.55 for George, 23.98 for Myers, and 4.48 for Martinez.
That is correct.
Mike 1.
Mr. Chair, Matt Tiskus, SD 10, home of the best senator in Texas, Phil King, introducing to you Brown County Chair Robert Porter to report our stats.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't need that.
For Abraham,
Yeah, just to point out, don't do that again.
I'm not going to
Go.
do that again. Don't do that again.
I begged him not to. SD 10, Abraham George, 219.63. Dr. Dana Myers, 54.72. Weston Martinez, 44.65.
The duo from SD 10 reports 219.63 for George, 54.72 for Myers, and 44.65 for Martinez.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Rufus Estes from SD 15. George, 18.22. Myers, 141.69. Martinez, 8.09.
Chairman Estes from the best SD in Texas reports 18.22 for George, 141.69 for Myers, and 8.09 for Martinez.
Yes.
Mike 1.
SD 14, Mary Heffernan. Abraham George, 43.65. Dana Myers, 76.38. Weston Martinez, 38.97.
Chairwoman Heffernan reports 43.65 for George, 76.38 for Myers, and 38.97 for Martinez.
Mike 2.
David Luther, Chairman of Senate District 18, 68.65 George, 137.51 Myers, 161.84 Martinez.
Chairman Luther from SD 18 reports 68.65 for George, 137.51 for Myers, and 161.84 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, Senate District 16 reports for Abraham George, 86.82. For Dana Meyer, 17.88. For Weston Martinez, 38.30.
Committeeman Patrick from SD 16 reports 86.82 for George, 17.88 for Myers, and 38.30 for Martinez.
Thank you.
Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, Adrian Pena Garza on behalf of SD 20 in South Texas, home of Tom Landry, Selena, Blue Diamond Phillips, and the legendary Justice Aaron Banya. We proudly cast our vote. Weston Martinez, 11.10. Dana Myers, 23.10, and Abraham George for 11280. Thank you. Yeehaw.
Chairwoman Adrienne Pena Garza from SD20 reports 112.80 for George, 23.10 for Myers, and 11.10 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Rebecca Broughton reporting for, oh, I'm sorry.
Mike 1, Shane Green, SD 17, reporting Dr. Dana Myers, 237.85. Mr. George, 35.05. Mr. Martinez, 60.11.
Chairman Green from SD17 reports 35.05 for George, 237.85 for Myers, and 60.11 for Martinez.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Rebecca Broughton reporting for SD19. I have Abraham George at 33.33, Dana Myers at 103.51, Weston Martinez at 43.16.
SD19 reports 33.33 for George, 103.51 for Myers, and 43.16 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Steve Biggers from the Birdwell Hua SD22 district. Mr. George, 227.56. Dr. Myers, 89.47. Mr. Martinez, 40.22.
And Chairman Biggers, could you restate your SD number?
22.
That's why it's more than 160. Okay, it's 227.56 for George, 89.47 for Myers, and 40.22 for Martinez.
That is correct.
Mike 2.
Cassie Daniels, Senate District 24. Abraham George, 200.08. Dana Myers, 131.27. Weston Martinez, 41.64.
And Cassie Daniel Howell from SD24 reports 200.08 for George, 131.27 for Myers, and 41.64 for Martinez.
Mike 1.
Ed Zenner for SD23. I report 41.22 for Weston Martinez, 28.22 for Abraham George, and 32.56 for Dr. Myers.
And Committeeman Zenner from SD23 reports 28.22 for George, 32.56 for Myers, and 41.22 for Martinez.
Correct.
We're going to Mike 2.
Jennifer Fleck, Chair for SD 25, 127.13 for George, 164.81 for Martinez, and 193.06 for Myers.
SD 25 reports 127.13 for George, 193.06 for Myers, and 164.81 for Martinez. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mike 1.
And I would advise the remaining, if you could go George, Myers, Martinez, that helps us a lot.
Mike 1.
Carmen Calderon reporting for SD 27. Abraham George, 86.33. Dana Myers, 19.21. And Weston Martinez, 60.95.
Committeeman Calderon from SD 27 reports 86.33 for George, 19.21 for Myers, and 60.95 for Martinez.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Jamie Mathis, SD 26. George, 47.33. Myers, 68.36. Martinez, 28.05. Abstain, 5.26.
And Chairwoman Mathis from SD 26 reports 47.33 for George, 68.36 for Myers, 28.05 for Martinez, with abstentions of 5.26.
Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, David Brugel from Senatorial District 28. We report 166.97 votes for Abraham George, 92.13 votes for Dana Myers, and 69.90 votes for Weston Martinez.
Chairman Brugel from SD 28 reports 166.97 for George, 92.13 for Myers, and 69.90 for Martinez.
Mike 2.
Adolfo Tejas, SD 29. George, 47.67. Myers, 58.00. Martinez, 20.33.
And Committeeman Tejas from SD 29 reports 47.67 for George, 58.00 for Myers, and 20.33 for Martinez.
Thank you.
Mike 1.
John Berry, Jack County GOP Chair and Chairman for Caucus SD 30. Home of the amazing SREC pair of Patrick Wamoff and Rachel Horton. Our results: George, 235.60. Myers, 64.65. Martinez, 100.99.
And that's 100.99?
Yes, sir.
SD 30 reports 235.60 for George, 64.65 for Myers, and 100.99.
Yes.
For Martinez.
Okay, next one at Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Crow, Senate District 31. Last in number, first in the hearts of Texans. Abraham George, 49.79. Dr. David Myers, 205.34. Weston Martinez, 13.87.
SD 31 reports 49.79 for George, 205.34 for Myers, and 13.87 for Martinez.
Correct.
Let's do SD 21. Do we have SD 21?
Ruby Manlin for SD 21. Abraham George, 37.88. Dana Meyer, 103.07. Weston Martinez, 24.05.
SD 21 reports 37.88 for George, 103.07 for Myers, and 24.05 for Martinez.
Okay, while we are tallying, will the Sergeant at Arms please open the doors and let everybody in? And keep in mind, do not leave. We will be on the second vote, if there is a second vote, closing the doors again. So please do not leave. Open the doors, please. Remember, that's why we have bathrooms in the hall here. Don't leave. Okay, everyone come to order. We have the results. The total number of weighted votes cast was 8,640.49. That was 3,756.88 for George, 3,067.30 for Dana Myers, and 1,816.31 for Weston Martinez. We will now have a runoff between the top two vote getters, Abraham George and Dana Myers.
Point of information. Point of information.
Yes, first of all, before I get the point of information, you have a 5-minute warning, and then we are barring the doors at 5:29. Now state your point.
Point of information.
Where I don't see a light. Where's it coming from? Yes.
Point of information.
Please state your point of information.
Yes. Would it be appropriate to announce that I've endorsed Dana Myers for state chair? Matt Makoviak,
No.
former candidate for RPT chair, yes or no?
That's not a proper point of information. Thanks. You should have said that. Yes, number 3.
Mark Hayes, SD 23. On 31's total counts, it was over 113 points different compared to the rest, horizontally on the totals. Were the numbers correct on number 31, on SD 31?
Yeah, we checked them as they were recited. Yes.
See, it says 354, and when you add that total, it's only like 260 for 31.
Members, that total is if you are in 100% full strength. So if you have a county missing, then that amount that is missing, that delegation, is not in that total. We have no way to know who is actually here in your SDs. That's for you to decide. So that total that's on the left column is if you are 100% full strength. I mean, he'll get someone else to make a point of information and grab the mic. Is that
So, if you have 400 voting, everybody gets 10 votes. Yes. The other part of that is there may be nobody from that category.
Don't reallocate.
Well, we thought it was going to happen the other way. Hey, guys. Yo.
Pass out just yet.
They're not speaking. Yeah. 1 minute till we bar the doors. 1 minute. Mic 1.
Chairman, Representative Tinderholt here from Arlington, Texas, SD10. Am I going to be able to speak on behalf of Abraham George, or are we not going to be able to speak?
Guys, stop with the campaign speeches at the mics, please.
I love that.
All right, that's 1 minute has elapsed. Hold on. I'll instruct the Sergeant at Arms to bar the doors and to prevent further people from entering as we're balloting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, number 4.
Robbie Hall, Senate District 25. Since we've had so many people that were outside and came in, is it possible to have any type of speeches from our candidates before we go to this important runoff?
Well, yeah, there's your answer. The supplemental rules don't allow them.
All right.
Number 1.
Carla Roberts, SD 17. So I'm seeing that our people are already casting their ballots, but I'm seeing the blue ballots already being passed out and collected in some of the Senate districts. Is that correct? Is that supposed to be happening?
Yeah. Doors have been barred.
No, I'm saying they've already been, before the doors were closed, the doors were clearly open. People are walking around everywhere in the bathrooms, and they're already being collected while the doors were still open.
The doors have been barred, and your caucus chair should be policing that.
Okay. It's already occurred with the doors open. That's my point.
Mr. Huffines?
Mr. Chairman, Don Huffines on Senate District 12. I just wanted to make an announcement that I'm definitely not running for chair, and I wholeheartedly endorse Mr. George.
Don't. No, stop. Yeah. Oh my God. If we line everybody up single file for endorsements, it's going to take a while.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Rachel Horton, SD 30.
Yes.
I rise to a point of information. Can we advise about the campaigning activity that's happening amongst the aisles? It's a little bit confusing. People are out of their delegations. Is that allowed at this time?
Please join your delegations. Don't campaign while people are voting. I think everyone's made up their minds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want me to have them start lining up? Remember, once you have all your ballots, you have your numbers, come up to one of the 2 mics in front and have them turn the light on. We'll report the numbers as they come in. Make it quicker.
I was born in San Antonio. I grew up in Runoff County, and I moved about 6 years ago to Kirk County.
Mr. Chairman,
I like it. It's about my anniversary and everything.
Jim Pickle, SD8. I think I just heard you say that you're going to let the first SD that finishes calculating its votes tell you what they are before all of the SDs have finished counting in their votes.
It's not what we said. We said line up, turn on the light. Turn on the light and start lining up when you're done. Then when there is a core of SDs, we'll start calling.
Well, shouldn't all of them be lined up before we start announcing? That's why we don't tell you
We don't know if people are.
Well, that's why we don't tell you the East Coast votes at 7 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
Because California still hasn't voted yet.
Yeah, we know that.
Okay, thank you.
Just turn on the lights.
Is it Rohit? Yes. Can I ask them the Wi-Fi? Like, does someone have a laptop in your area? I'll try find one. Let me call Brandon. He's got to wait. Yeah. Because our secretary, she added the key laptop. Secretary. Yeah. You got rules or okay, so it's basically it goes straight from the parts garage into that building. To the right is the doors into the green right. Hey, I've got a Jack. All Jacks. The secretary fled this Okay, so
Has any SD not collected their ballots yet? Has any SD not collected their ballots yet? Is that back? Mike?
Mike McCloskey, Senate District 5. I know I see hands waving back here that they have not.
There are? Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you. What do you think? Start calling them?
I will jump off the stage. I'll slide and jump off the stage.
Yeah. Any SDs, have any SDs not collected ballots yet? Any SDs not collected ballots yet? Okay, we are going to start reporting. Not collected yet? Will you go to the mic when you have collected? No, not now. When you are done collecting, can you go to the mic? And just let me know. What?
Oh, okay. So you're making. I'm the SD Congress chair. And I said, just stand right here. He's lost your vote. She said, her name was Fordale in the chair. They just said, just stand there. Just as I stand there.
No, that's good. I just want collected so that people aren't still voting. Excellent. Virgil, we're going to start reporting the totals. Let's go to mic 1. Mic 1.
For Senate District 9.
Hold on one second. Let's get it up on the screen, the spreadsheet. Got it. Okay, mic 1.
For Senate District 9, we report 166.63 for George and 163.37 for Myers.
Thank you. Senate District 9 reports 166.63 for George and 163.37 for Myers. And the Secretary advises anyone reporting totals please to go in the order George and then Myers, and to say the candidate's name before the number. Thank you.
Mic 2.
SD4, Abraham George, 244.75. Dana Myers, 146.89.
Thank you. SD4, 244.75 George, 146.89 Myers.
Mic 1.
SD 23, we have 51.92 for George, and we have 50.08 for Myers.
SD 23 reports 51.92 for George, 50.08 for Myers.
Correct.
Mic 2.
Abraham, SD 21, Abraham George, 63.35. Dana Meyer, 101.65.
SD 21 reports 63.35 for George, 101.65 for Myers.
Mic 1.
SD1 reports for George 269.01, for Myers 191.99.
SD1 reports 269.01 for George, 191.99 for Myers.
Mic 2.
Senatorial District 8 reports 255.92 for Abraham George, 138.08 for Dana Myers.
Senate District 8 reports 255.92 for George, 138.08 for Myers.
Yes, sir.
Mic 1.
Senate District 6 reports 49.05 for George, 33.95 for Myers.
Chairman Teeter, SD6 reports 49.05 for George, 33.95 for Myers.
Correct.
Mic 2.
SD11 for George 162.85, for Myers 129.64.
Chairwoman Sauter, SD11 reports 162.85 for George, 129.65 for Myers.
6-4.
6-4, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mic 1.
Carmen Calderon reporting for SD 27, George 117.07, Myers 55.30.
Chairman Calderon, SD 27 reports 117.07 for George, 55.30 for Myers.
We have mic 2.
SD 12 for Abraham George, 289.90. For Dana Myers, 123.60.
SD 12 reports 289.90 for George, 123.60 for Myers.
Yes.
1. Mic 1.
SD 16, reporting for Abraham George, 109.84. For Dana Meyer, 31.09.
Committeeman Patrick from SD 16 reports 109.84 for George, 31.09 for Myers.
Mic 2.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. Abraham George 45.33. Dana Meyer 27.67.
Chairwoman Hooper reports 45.33 for George, 27.67 for Myers.
Mike 1.
SD 14 reporting for George, 54.43. Myers, 103.14.
SD 14 reports 54.43 for George and 103.14 for Myers.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Rufus Estes, SD 15, 19.09 for George, 147 for Myers even, and abstain 1.91.
Chairman Estes, SD 15 reports 19.09 for George, 147.00 for Myers, and abstain 1.91.
Yes.
Mike 1.
Shane Green, Chairman for SD 17, 64.92 for George, and 268.08 for Myers.
Chairman Green, SD 17 reports 64.92 for George, 268.08 for Myers.
Correct.
Mike 2.
Jennifer Fleck for SD 25, George 213.33, Myers 266.67.
SD 25 reports 213.33 for George, 266.67 for Myers.
That's correct.
Mike 1.
Steve Biggers, SD 22 Chairman. Mr. George, 246.48. Dr. Myers, 108.84.
Senate District 22 reports 246.48 for George and 108.84 for Myers.
That is correct.
Mike 2.
Adolfo Tejas, SD 29, George 51.62, Myers 75.24.
Committeeman Tejas reports 51.62 for George, 75.24 for Myers.
Mike 1.
John Berry, Jack County Chair, SD 30, George 278.87, Myers 120.91.
Senate District 30 reports 278.87 for George, 120.91 for Myers.
Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, Adrian Pena Garza reporting on behalf of SD 20. Dana Myers, 35.96. And Abraham George for 11.04. God bless Texas.
Can you confirm that number, please, one more time?
Maybe come back? Okay.
Give him in George Myers order, please.
Abraham George, 11.04, and Dana Myers, 35.96.
Thank you. SD 20 reports 11.04 for George, 35.96 for Myers. Is that 111 or just 11? I can't see you, so I'm not making you do that on purpose.
Oh my goodness. Am I speaking loud enough? Okay, Dana Myers, 35.96, and Abraham George, 111.04.
Thank you so much.
Mike 1.
Robert Bennett, SD2 Chair, Abraham George, 262.68. Dana Myers, 77.07. Abstention, 2.26.
Thank you. SD2, 262.68 for George, 77.07 for Myers, 2.26 abstain.
Mike 2.
Jamie Mathis, SD 26, George 69.42, Dana 77.89, and abstaining 1.69.
Chairwoman Mathis reports
69.42
for George, 77.89 for Myers, abstentions 1.69.
Correct.
Mike 1.
Christy Slate reporting for SD 5. Abraham George,
195.04. Dr. Dana Myers, 176.96.
SD5 reports 195.04 for George, 176.96 for Myers.
Correct.
Mike 2.
SD 24, Cassie Daniel, Abraham George, 213.83. Dana Myers, 156.97. Abstentions, 2.20.
Chairwoman Daniel reports 213.83 for George, 156.97 for Myers, and 2.20 abstentions.
Correct.
Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, David Brugel from Senatorial District 28, home district of legendary parliamentarian Steve Evans. We report 194.55 votes for Abraham George and 134.45 votes for Dana Myers.
SD 28 reports 194.55 for George, 134.45 for Myers.
Mike 2.
Rebecca Broughton reporting for SD 19. Abraham George, 62.52. Dana Myers, 117.48.
SD 19 reports 62.52 for George, 117.48 for Myers.
Mike 1.
Robert Porter reporting for SD 10. Abraham George, 243.59. Dana Myers, 75.41.
SD 10 reports 243.59 for George, 75.41 for Myers.
Mike 2.
SD 7, James Buntrock, reports 233.35 for Abraham George. For Dana Myers, 109.13.
Chairman Buntrock from
Abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had 6.53 in the abstain column.
Chairman Buntrock reports 233.35 for George, 109.13 for Myers, abstain 6.53.
Correct.
We got Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Crow from Senate District 31. For Abraham George, 52.65. For Dr. Dana Myers, 216.35.
Committeeman Bro reports 52.65 for George, 216.35 for Myers from SD 3.
That's SD 31.
31.
Oh, SD 31.
Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, David Brugel, SD 28. I believe we have an error in our tabulation spreadsheet, as we should have a voting strength of 392, and we're only voting 329. We'd like to recalculate our total.
I believe that you had some no conventions held in your SD that took your theoretical ceiling down to 337, and if there were additional counties that had not registered, then it would be lower than 337 still.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do we have SD 18?
SD 18, David Luther Chair. We have 156.45 for George, 208.89 for Myers.
Senate District 18 reports 156.45 for George, 208.89 for Myers.
District 3. Senate District 3.
SD3, Chris Bro. Thank you, sir. For Mr. George, 142.61. For Dr. Meyer, 289.39.
Senate District 3 reports 142.61 for George, 289.39 for Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Bro.
The Sergeant at Arms can open the doors while we tabulate the results.
Mr. Chair,
I just walked all the way over there. No.
I'm sorry.
I know you're fine.
SD5 has a correction.
Yes.
We had one abstention that was not recorded, and so we have recalculated.
Hold on. Go ahead.
1 second, please. SD5, go ahead.
Okay, this is Christy Slape reporting for SD5, Abraham George 194.57, Dr. Dana Myers 175.87.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that to read back, 194.57 for George, 175.87 for Myers.
Thank you. Okay, we have the results. The weighted results are as follows. Abraham George, 4,691.62. Dana Myers, 3,958.05. Abraham George is elected chair. Congratulations. Now we got to do. Okay, delegates. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take, because we have a hard stop at 6:45, we don't have time for another ballot. I'm going to take nominations for vice chair. Then we are going to stand at ease until 9 o'clock. We're going to reconvene, and we need to get a quorum, because if we don't have a quorum, we do not have a vice chair or a platform. So I'm gonna call upon Susan Wright to reiterate the nominations committee reports. I'm sorry, the vice chair report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegation. The State Nominations Committee nominates Dorinda Randall for State Vice Chair. The recommendations, right? Are we, nope. Nominates Dorinda Randall.
Dorinda Randall's name has been placed in the nomination for State Party Vice Chair. Mike 1.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, Luke Macias, SD 26. Quick question. So you just said if there's going to be an election for vice chair, then we have to adjourn. But if there aren't other people nominated, then we would just have one person that the State Nominations Committee selected. Our vice chair would be set, and then we would go at that point. Is that correct?
If there are no other nominations for vice chair, we do not have to have an election for vice chair.
What else, what other business does this convention have to conduct after 9, just for the information?
Just the convention. I mean, I'm sorry, just the platform.
Just the platform. Okay, thank you.
The convention too, but the platform especially. Mike 1. Okay, thank you. Are there any other nominations? What? Oh, there's, do you want the, they want the, go to the mic, don't scream out. Go to the mic. Go to the mic.
Oh, this one's not on?
Go to the
This
mic.
one's on. This one's on.
Okay. Yes.
Right here.
Number 4.
Hello?
Go to number 4.
Am I 4? Okay. Kathy Rogers, SD 11. Can you please give us the numbers so we can know who is available to
Yes.
nominate?
Dorinda Randall, 14. Johnson, 7. Heisler, 3.
Okay, I'd like to place in nomination Rachel Heisler. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Rachel conceded. I withdraw the nomination.
Thank you. Mike 2. Mike 2. Is that light supposed to be on? Okay. Any other nominations? Per state party rules, any candidate who received the vote.
I have a nomination.
Hold on. Turn the light on. If the light's on, I'll see it. Per state party rules, any candidate who received the vote of at least 3 SDs in the first round of voting in the State Nominations Committee is eligible to be nominated. Dorinda Randall has been placed in the nomination for State Party Vice Chair. Are there any other nominations?
Yes.
Going to 1. Mike 1. Mike 1.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Abby Johnson.
Abby.
All right.
Abby Johnson has been nominated. I need your name and SD.
Oh, I'm sorry. Buddy Williams, SD 28.
Is that light supposed to be on too? There's no other person eligible other than Heisler and Abby Johnson. Mike 2.
I was Mike 4 before.
Mike 2.
Hello?
Okay. Mic 1.
Dr. Minerva Diaz with SD20.
Hold on. Okay, mic 2. Go ahead. And turn off.
Dr. Minerva Diaz with SD20. When it was offered to nominate from the floor, that's what I understood. I came forward to nominate a candidate that was not in the original nominations. So if I may, I would like to nominate SD Chairwoman Adrian Pena Garza for Vice Chair.
Adrian Pena Garza is not eligible under the rules.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. 4.
The schizophrenic Kathy Rogers from SD11 wishes
Kathy.
to renominate Rachel Heisler. She has unconceded.
Rachel Heisler has been nominated. There being no further. Yes. There is Rachel. Oh. Mic
Rachel
1, mic 2,
Heisler.
sorry. Mic 2, Rachel, go ahead.
Yes, Rachel Heisler, SD4, Chambers County. I will honor the vote of the delegates and concede to Dorinda Randall because I respect your time and I want to honor the grassroots.
Everyone buy drinks for Rachel. Okay. Are there any other withdrawals? All right. Mic 3. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Rhett Caraway with SD9.
I need a mic.
I would
light.
like
I
to
need a mic
nominate
light. Hold
Abby
on.
Johnson.
I need a mic light. She's already been nominated. There's no further nominations.
Thank you.
Okay. The names of Abby Johnson, and Dorinda Randall and Abby Johnson have been placed in a nomination for State Party Vice Chair. They are the only.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. What?
Does the nominee have to accept the nomination in order to be considered?
No, but if the nominee is in the room and could be contacted, it would be helpful. No, they do not technically need to accept the nomination. Seeing no further nominations, the nominations are closed. The convention secretary will now, well, actually, we will.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Okay, so here's what we are doing now. We are going to stand at ease and go to the gala or go to dinner. We are going to come back here at 9 o'clock.
Mr. Chair.
We are going to have our vote for vice chair. We are going to consider our platform report. And then we're going to have our plank for plank voting with the Scantron. So we are standing at ease until 9 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
We don't have enough time to conduct the full roll call. I'm sorry. I feel the same way.
Mr. Chair, point of information, Mr. Chair, mic 1.
We're at ease. You can come up here.
The good news is we won.
Weston.